Zeth holds a significant advantage in their head-to-head record with 56 wins over Lancer. He's already getting a strong start today by taking this first opening encounter. It'll be interesting to see if he can keep this momentum going. He's just too fast right now, cleaning up another round to take a commanding 3-0 lead. The top-seeded guy is playing right to his expectation. An absolute shutout as the lead extends to 4-0. Lancer finally draws some blood, getting the first round back. The underdog looks to make a real move here. He's staying aggressive and refusing to back down, keeping the pressure high with another win. Lancer looks way more comfortable than he did in their previous meetings. Unbelievable grit from Lancer, surviving a chaotic trade to put the pressure right back on his opponent. He's totally flipped the script on this series. What a scramble! Zeth barely scrapes through that exchange to regain control. Lancer's been fighting a lot of battles today with 20 games already under his belt. Lancer usually has a better success rate on this map than Zeth. He's certainly looking for that advantage to show up right now. It's all on him to break this streak and get back into the series. That's 3 straight for Zeth, completely shutting down that brief comeback effort. That's a lot of matches already played today for the challenger. He's simply on another level right now, extending the lead to 8. He's definitely looking to bounce back from those recent losses. Zeth takes a huge 9-3 lead going into the break. I mean, Lancer entered this as the favorite, but he's just completely flatlined. He needs a total reset to avoid a quick defeat. Time to switch sides. Zeth is just relentlessly dominant at 10-3. The rating difference here is barely a blip. These encounters are ending almost instantly. Zeth is barely giving him any time to breathe. The matchup feels lopsided despite those close ratings. He's just untouchable, stepping in to put himself on the verge of victory. Lancer puts up a strong fight here, taking a crisp round to stay in the match. Finally broke the stranglehold on a round. Lancer secures another one, showing some serious resilience in a tough spot. He's finally found a way to trade blows with the favorite. Zeth shuts the door on this series with a final definitive kill. He's just in top form today and completely dismantled Lancer in this one. Lancer has a real advantage here, winning 55% of their historical head-to-head matches. He's looking to build on that dominance after winning 2 of their most recent meetings earlier today. We'll see if Omnic can find an answer to that pressure. Lancer holds a tight 2-1 lead heading into this. He's looking to shake off those recent losses here. Lancer is really putting the pressure on early, making a strong push here. A rough stretch for Omnic, who's dropped a few today. Lancer climbing higher with a slim 3-2 cushion. Omnic is definitely looking to get back at him after those losses yesterday. Total deadlock now. Omnic has fought back to 3-3. The underdog is really making a statement right now. He's just completely taken over this series, claiming a 3rd straight round. He's definitely capitalizing on that 18-22 performance today. Unbelievable. He scrapes by with just a sliver of health to claim his 4th straight. Lancer is really feeling the heat after that tough outing against Zeb. Lancer answers back quickly to narrow the gap. Lancer's coming into this one with plenty of experience over those thousands of games. Omnic is just not letting him breathe today, quickly punishing Lancer for playing from the ramp. Omnic just takes control with a 6-5 lead. Both of these guys are fighting for air right now after their recent records. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, this is a shocking start for the favorite. Lancer is clearly struggling to keep up with the underdog's current pace. Let's see if Lancer can bounce back. Omnic maintains his thin edge, holding a 7-6 advantage. Both these competitors have had a grueling day in the server. Lancer claws back to pull us completely even. Lancer is really digging deep into that massive sample size of games. Absolute perfection from Lancer as he keeps his winning streak alive. Lancer seems to have the mental edge in this particular head-to-head. Omnic responds instantly, neutralizing the momentum to bring us back to a dead heat. Lancer just edges ahead, securing a thin 9-8 lead. He's certainly proven he belongs in the top bracket today. Omnic strikes back to tie things up at 9 apiece. This is certainly turning into a complete toss-up. Omnic is just flying through these rounds right now, catching Lancer on that ramp in a flash. His lower rating isn't hindering him one bit right now. He's just untouchable right now, extending that run to 3 straight with a spotless effort. Lancer's recent 5-13 loss to Zeth is clearly weighing on him. A gritty exchange, but he comes out on top to reach match point. A huge shift from what we expected heading into this set. A huge response from Lancer, putting up a fight just as the pressure peaks. He's showing exactly why he entered this server as the favorite. What a final shot. Omnic closes it out and secures the win. Just a complete reversal of their usual dynamic. Lancer fought his heart out, but he couldn't stop the bleeding late. What a fight! Zeth holds a decent advantage in their head-to-head history, winning over half of their previous encounters. It's a high-volume rivalry that usually stays very tight. I'm curious to see if Zeth can maintain that psychological edge tonight. Omnic is surging ahead now with a 2-1 lead. The underdog is definitely putting on a show right now. A smart play from Zeth using that high ground to regain control of the scoreboard. Looking at that rating gap, this really is a toss-up. Zeth is really starting to put the pressure on, securing a quick win from the ramp. He's looking a lot sharper than in that last meeting. Total deadlock now with Zeth and Omnic tied at 3. He's really fighting to close that historical gap today. Omnic is really starting to roll here, quickly putting Zeth on the defensive. He just can't stop the bleeding, giving his opponent another clean victory. A lightning fast exchange, and Zeth takes it without losing a single point of health. Omnic is currently holding a 2-round cushion over the head-to-head leader. I mean, it's a complete reversal of what we usually see from this pairing. Omnic seems to have a real answer for Zeth's style today. Omnic is commanding a 3-round lead right now. Zeth has looked a bit shaky lately after those close battles with Lancer. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, we expected a close set, but Zeth is struggling to capitalize on his better map win rate here. He'll need a strong start after the switch to flip the script. Let's see who settles in first. Omnic keeps the momentum, sitting comfortably at 8-5. A tight gap on the ladder, but the momentum shifted. Unbelievable. Zeth barely clings to life there, surviving a total shootout to cut the deficit. Another huge response from Zeth, taking the fight from the box to keep his climb alive. He's looking a lot more confident than he did against his last few opponents. Zeth claims this one from the box, erasing that early deficit to bring things level. Omnic quickly shuts that down, picking him off the box to regain a 1-round lead. It's practically a mirror of that 12-16 loss from their last encounter. What a response! Zeth manages to bring the score level, completely outplaying him in that exchange. Pure chaos now, as neither player can pull away. Omnic is just too fast right now, effortlessly picking Zeth off the box to take a narrow lead. Absolute composure from Zeth, surviving the tension of that exchange to bring the series completely level. Another clean round for Zeth, showing incredible tenacity as he moves into a 1-round lead. These two are just trading blows back and forth. It's a total coin flip at this point. Zeth is practically unstoppable now, moving just 1 round away from victory. A super clean read to close out that exchange. And there it is. Zeth pulls off an incredible run to secure the match victory. He really pushed him to the absolute limit, but Zeth managed to shut the door just in time. What a fight! Welcome to Redline. Zeth and Lancer are facing off now to see who can hit 13 rounds first. A quick scrap on the ramp and Zeth takes the opening round. He looks confident after that comfortable 13-5 victory in their last set. Zeth is just too sharp from the top, catching Lancer on the ramp for a quick third. Lancer usually gets the nod in this pairing, but not today. A total shutdown. He's playing perfect game of Redline right now. Zeth looks completely in control throughout this opening stretch. Lancer answers back by picking him off the ramp and cuts that early deficit. Expected for the favorite to open strong, but he's showing a crack. What a scrap! He manages to scramble home with a sliver of health to keep this rally going. Lancer is refusing to let the pressure get to him. Zeth holds a significant overall advantage with 57 wins in their head-to-head series. That historical dominance often translates into a psychological edge, and we're seeing it play out here. Now, it's just a matter of seeing if Lancer can find a way to disrupt that momentum. Lancer keeps the pressure on, putting things on equal footing after a series of great plays. A complete shift in momentum as the deadlock returns. Lancer secures another clean kill from the ramp, continuing his climb back into the match. The favorite is suddenly looking very vulnerable in this series. Lancer is just on another level right now, picking up his 4th straight round with a flawless shot. A total standstill for Zeth as Lancer carries this hit streak right into the break. Lancer takes an 8-4 lead into the break. This plays exactly how the books predicted. That 6-round run really flipped the script and put him in a great spot to close this out. Time to see who adapts. He starts the second half just as strong, taking the round without taking a single point of damage. The momentum shift is total for the underdog right now. A completely untouched round for Lancer, showing zero signs of slowing down. The pre-match expectations are completely out the window at this point. Unbelievable. Zeth digs deep to win that absolute war, just barely outlasting his opponent after a fierce trade. That was a nail-biter of a finish. Zeth just blew through that ramp defense. He's starting to chip away at that lead. He's definitely feeling the confidence from that earlier match today. He's completely on fire, winning a 3rd straight clash from the ramp. The gap in their overall ratings isn't telling the full story. Unbelievable. He claws out a 4th straight victory in an absolute brawl, barely surviving that exchange. Lancer manages to hold his ground on the ramp to hold that run. The a priori favorite is suddenly fighting an uphill battle. Lancer secures the kill on the ramp, putting him just a single round away from victory. His recent form is staring Zeth right in the face. A fierce trade, but Zeth manages to secure the kill and stay alive. That was a tight trade, but he really clawed his way back. Another effortless take for Zeth, refusing to let the match slip away. Unbelievable! Lancer digs in to seal the victory and secure the map. He really had to fight through the mud to pull this off, especially with how Zeth was playing. Truly impressive, he had to work for that. Lancer has historically dominated this rivalry with a 54% win rate against Omnic. The early lead here just reinforces that historical advantage. It will be interesting to see if Omnic can flip the script today. Lancer is just untouchable right now, making it 3 straight. The 33 seed is really putting on a clinic here. A lightning fast reaction here, and the underdog proves he can still compete. He's refusing to back down, clawing his way back into this series. The favorite is starting to look a bit shaky. Lancer still holds a firm 2-round cushion. Lancer's positioning was perfect there, utilizing the wine for a great sideline to secure another round. Lancer completely shuts the door on that brief rally, extending his lead to 4. We'll be right back after a quick timeout to see if Omnic can close this gap. Welcome back to Italy, where we resume the action with Lancer leading Omnic 6-2. Lancer is simply in another gear, outclassing his opponent for a 4th consecutive tally. Lancer really looks like he's in the driver's seat today. He just completely dismantled the competition from below, punishing Omnic for taking the wine position. Lancer takes a huge 9-2 lead into the break. I mean, the favorite is completely running away with this one. He just looks far too strong on this map right now. Time for a total reset. Lancer is really leaning into his edge here with a far higher win rate on this map. It's a stark contrast to how Omnic has historically struggled in these exact setups. He's making this look effortless. What a scramble! He barely escapes that exchange alive and moves to match point. That was an incredibly tight finish. Omnic just had no answers for that. He really struggled to find a foothold on this map tonight. Zeth holds a historical edge here with a win rate of 53% over Omnic. He's clearly the more successful player in their long-term rivalry. It will be interesting to see if that experience pays off after this slow start. An absolute shutout for the leader, who now comfortably holds a 3-round lead. He's really putting his recent struggles in the mirror. Absolute control from the challenger, who just secures a 4th straight win. He's definitely feeling that loss to Lancer earlier today. This is just scary. He's completely dismantled his opponent to claim a perfect 5-0 lead. Things look very different than they did in their last encounter. He's just completely unstoppable right now, walking away with a perfect 6th round. He's completely flipped the script since their last set together. Finally, a round in his favor, cutting into that lead a bit. The favorite is finally starting to wake up. Omnic is really leaning into that strong 60% win rate from his recent matches. And honestly, it's translating into a very high level of confidence on the server today. We have to see if he can maintain this pace before the halftime break. Omnic clears the ramp to move into a commanding 9-round lead. He's just completely outclassing his opponent right now. Zeth catches him on the ramp to put up a fight before the break. That was a quick reaction to close out the round. Omnic takes a big 9-3 lead into the break. Well, we expected a tight battle given their similar map records, but he's just running away with this. Zeth needs a serious spark if he wants to climb back. Fresh start. Let's see a response. Zeth keeps his head high, trailing 4-9. The pace of those exchanges is just lightning fast. He's really starting to put some pressure on the lead. Zeth closes the gap to 5-9 with that play. He's fighting to get back to that 13-11 result they just had. Omnic needed that response right now to prevent Zeth from building any real steam. He keeps his composure to shut down that little run. Omnic handles the window angle easily, and now Zeth is really fighting an uphill battle. Zeth is starting to put together a real comeback effort, making this feel a lot closer than it was a few minutes ago. A rapid-fire response from Omnic to put himself one step away from victory. What a way to close it out! Omnic takes the final round and secures the victory. He just completely shut the door on any chance of a comeback. Talk about the quick turnaround from that last match they played. Zeth carries a significant historical lead, winning 62% of their head-to-head matches. It is interesting because Lancer generally plays a more efficient game based on his high volume of overall experience. It will be a real test to see if those historical numbers hold up today. Zeth finds the mark again, knocking Lancer right off the box to keep the streak alive. He's certainly making up for that recent 10-13 defeat. He's simply outclassing everyone today, bringing the score to a commanding 4-0. Lancer usually comes in as the slight favorite, but not like this. Unbelievable, he nearly went down, but Zeth somehow pulls through to stay perfect. It's a huge turnaround after that last 10-13 result. Another quick shot and he's just completely in control of this match. That puts a huge amount of pressure on the top 10 a few ranks above him. He's absolutely relentless, taking a 7th straight round to push the lead even further. Heart-stopping finish. He nearly collapsed, but managed to edge out the victory with a tiny sliver of health. Lancer finally finds his footing, claiming this one from the box. Coming off a productive 22-19 run today. Zeth is currently sitting on a high of 9 rounds. It's quite a shift considering he's faced a tough stretch of losses in his last few matches today. I wonder if he's finally found the right timing for this specific match. Zeth takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, the pre-match projection had Lancer ahead, but he's just not showing up. It's a complete role reversal based on the expected outcome. Lancer needs to shake this off. Zeth is just cruising with a massive 10-3 lead. His rank is sitting just a few spots off his opponents. Zeth is just moving at a different speed right now. He's making this look way too easy. That's a brutal way to shut down any hope of a comeback. What a frantic exchange. Both players were nearly out of health, but Lancer barely scrapes by to secure the win. He is starting to claw back into this, refusing to just let Zeth walk away with the victory. It's an impressive response considering his rank on the ladder. Lancer is on fire, taking down the leader without taking a single point of damage. That was a flawless execution to cap off the run. Zeth shuts down the attempt from the box, putting himself just 1 round from victory. He really is proving why he entered this match as the favorite. What a wild ending. He barely walks away from that fight, but he closes it out to take the series. He's just outclassed everything. Lancer threw at him today, comfortably holding his ground on a map where he usually struggles. Lancer has definitely held the advantage in their history, winning over half of their matchups. He's already using that confidence to put on a repeat of their last encounter. Let's see if Omnic can find a way to disrupt the pattern. Absolute control from the favorite, putting up another perfect round to move to 3-0. Just getting some momentum back after that tough start against Zeth. He's just not letting up, strolling to a 4th straight win without breaking a sweat. That match earlier today really set a tone for this pair. He just keeps winning these trades, a 5th straight round for the frontrunner. It's a stark contrast to the match he just finished with Zeth. He's absolutely crushing this opening set, taking an insurmountable lead into the early stages. Finally, Omnic finds a way to fight back and cut into that lead. Omnic is showing some resilience despite his lower 32% win rate on this map. It's a good sign that he can push back against the odds, but he still needs a major turn of events to close this gap. Lancer had no trouble with that angle, picking Omnic right off the Tetris. That looks like a repeat of their last set. Lancer is dominating with an 8-2 lead. Actually has the higher standing of the two on the ladder. Lancer is just cruise controlling, now leading 8-3. A surprising sight considering how the rank 31 player usually fares against him. Lancer takes a massive 9-3 lead into the break, and honestly this is exactly what we expected to see from him today. He's playing his usual game and just refuses to let Omnic get any footing. New side, new energy. Lancer extends his grip even further, now sitting at 10-3. He's certainly making the most of his 22-20 record from today. Lancer is putting on an absolute exhibition here, just completely dismantling his opponent. A gritty exchange there, but he comes out on top to reach match point. Lancer is clearly in his element during this run. A clean response there by Omnic, putting a stop to the momentum for just a moment. Lancer's high seed usually keeps him safe in these positions. He's not letting up, securing another quick exchange to push the count to 5. It's a surprising look for the high-seeded player this late in the set. That's it. Lancer closes the deal with a final spray from the boost. He's just on another level today, making short work of that encounter. Just a completely different pace out there. Zed starts strong by taking control of the ramp for the opening win. Zeth is really putting the pressure on early here, taking that second win from the ramp. Looking to get some revenge after that fast aim loss earlier. Absolutely effortless. He's making this look easy with a huge 3-0 lead. His historical edge is starting to show through. Omnic gets an answer here, picking Zeth right off the ramp. The underdog is starting to fight back. Zeth has won over half of their 600 head-to-head matchups. It's a historic lead that seems to be giving him the mental edge today. I'm wondering if Omnic can shake the history and find some answers. What a scramble! He barely walked away from that fight on the ramp. Zeth is quickly erasing that memory of the fast aim blow. Just another flawless exchange, and that brings his total lead to 5 rounds. He looks a bit more comfortable now than in that earlier clash. Omnic shuts him down on the ramp to keep the score close. His experience against the field is really evident throughout this match. Zeth is just cruising right now with a dominant 7-2 lead. Both players are hanging around the same area of the ladder. Unbelievable. He manages to cling to life with just a sliver of health to take this round. His recent outings on the ladder have been pretty inconsistent. Zeth is sitting on a 40% win rate across over 200 games on this particular layout. It's a slight advantage for him over the long term, but the current momentum has shifted heavily. I'm wondering if Zeth can actually close the door before this slip gets any worse. We're seeing a 7-5 lead for Zeth. I mean, this is playing out exactly how the rankings suggested. It's a toss-up right now, but Zeth is managing to keep his slight advantage as we head into the switch. New side, new energy. That was a gritty sequence, and Omnic manages to outlast the exchange to keep this series tight. That's a huge amount of pressure he's putting on the frontrunner now. A quick reaction on that one, and Zeth puts an immediate stop to the momentum Omnic was building up. Both players have been fighting through a long day of matches. Absolute heart stopper, he somehow survives with a single health point to pull this one back. Pure chaos in that exchange, just a few pixels of health left. Simply superb, Omnic secures another win and completely levels the playing field. Now it's a complete toss-up for both competitors. Zeth finds his spot on the ramp and manages to pull ahead again. That's a huge rebound for him after the rough result on fast aim. Zeth is really moving quickly now, putting a firm grip on the lead after that fast exchange. Both of them traded heavy damage here, but Zeth manages to outlast the duel to extend his lead. He's clearly shaking off that previous loss to Omnic. A very sharp execution from Omnic to keep this series alive. He's really showing why he belongs in the high ranks today. Zeth is just one step away from victory after an incredibly crisp kill. He's really leaning into that favorite status right now. And that is it! He finishes the job from the ramp to secure the match. He really capitalized on those quick reactions to pull away and close things out, a solid way to bounce back from that earlier loss. Zeth currently holds a significant lead in their total history with 58 wins. He's coming into this as the heavy favorite despite the rough start. It'll be interesting to see if that long-term confidence can override Lancer's current momentum. Zeth is comfortably in the driver's seat at 2-1. He's playing exactly like he did in that 13-6 victory on Dunes. He's just on fire right now, taking total control of this set. He's proving to be the stronger side in this pairing. Goodness, that was a total brawl, and he barely walks away with his life. It's an interesting start for him, considering the map's historical data. He's absolutely relentless, sweeping Lancer right off the wine for another round. Things look a lot different than their last set together. Lancer reacts quickly to clear him off the wine. A great result for him considering he's essentially the underdog here. Zeth is just too quick today, cleaning him up on the wine in a flash. That's a huge shift compared to Lancer's 13-2 win today. Zeth has put in some serious work recently, putting up a 4-2 record today. It's an impressive run of form that he's using to really dismantle Lancer right now. Lancer has a lot of ground to make up if he wants a chance at a comeback. He's just too sharp, shutting everything down with another rapid-fire victory. Zeth holds a huge 10-2 lead. I mean, it is a shocking start for Lancer. Since he usually performs better on Italy, the underdog is simply taking over this series right now. Lancer really needs to wake up. Zeth is putting on a show, closing things out with an incredibly quick response time. He's making this look effortless despite his usual struggles on this terrain. Absolute perfection. Zeth is just one round away from closing this out. Lancer is just completely outclassed in these exchanges. Lancer catches him with a quick burst, finally securing a point to delay the inevitable. A small spark of hope for the underdog here. Lancer keeps the pressure on, showing a lot of composure after a cautious duel. The gap is finally starting to close. And there it is, Zeth closes the series with an effortless final shot. He just completely owned that map. It's wild seeing this level of dominance from him on a terrain he usually hates. Lancer has typically dominated this matchup, winning over 55% of their head-to-head encounters, and honestly, his confidence is still high after that big win against Omnic in their previous game. It'll be interesting to see if Omnic can actually flip the script today. Omnic is on fire, taking a commanding 2-0 lead. The lower seed is definitely feeling the pressure right now. Just a total shutout. Omnic is completely taking over the early stages of this set. Lancer's 22-20 day has definitely hit a wall here. Lancer shuts things down from the ramp to put up a fight. A needed spark for the favorite to stay in this. He really fought through that exchange to keep the pressure on the frontrunner. Lancer is certainly making his case as the superior player here. Lancer has completely flipped the script, erasing the deficit to bring us back to a dead heat. We're seeing a very different story than that earlier dominance. Lancer's surge continues, walking away with a 4th straight win to claim the lead. He's really asserting himself as the superior seed in this series. Omnic answers back with a quick snap, bringing this series right back to a stalemate. Omnic claws back the advantage, edging ahead 5-4. This is a strong response after a tough loss to Zeth earlier. A gritty fight, but he manages to outlast his opponent to tie things up. Total reset as we head into the final stretch of the first half. Incredible fight. Omnic survives a brutal exchange and clears him off the ramp to take a 6-5 lead. The higher ranked player is starting to feel the heat. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break, and honestly, the underdog is playing way above his typical 35% win rate right now. He's refusing to be intimidated by the favorite in this series. Time to switch sides. Omnic has completely shifted the tide to a 3-round lead. It's wild because he's usually the one struggling in this particular pairing. We're seeing a massive swing in momentum from a player who typically just gets outclassed by Lancer. A completely clean exchange that gives the trailing player some breathing room. The favorite is finally starting to push back here. He's staying dogged, clawing right back into this game to keep things tight. His mental game is clearly locked in now. He's completely taken over the match now, erasing every bit of that early deficit to square things up. The momentum has completely shifted in his favor. He's absolutely unstoppable right now, just tearing through the opposition to seize a 1-round lead. The gap in skill level is becoming a factor here. Lancer is simply in another gear right now, holding that ramp to secure a 5th straight. Total collapse from the other side of the map. Finally, some resistance. Omnic secures a tough victory to put a stop to that run. It's a huge confidence boost for someone currently sitting at rank 33. Cautious duel that eventually goes the way of the higher seed. He is proving just how dangerous he is in this matchup. We've moved past the long streaks and settled into a real back and forth battle here. He's really fighting to keep his pace high despite that recent tough run. We are officially looking at the dead heat. Everything just reset, and these two are completely neck and neck. Lancer's grip on this match is slipping away. Lancer has the advantage again, using that ramp to put himself on the verge of victory. What an absolute war of attrition. He barely escapes with his life to force this set into overtime. Absolute nerves of steel to secure that equalizer. Lancer strikes from the ramp to edge ahead, showing incredible grit in this comeback effort. Lancer is playing the role of the heavy hitter perfectly. He shuts things down from the boxes, continuing this impressive climb back into the lead. Lancer's timing is just impeccable right now. What a slugfest. Lancer survives the chaos to put himself in a prime position to close this out. The pressure is mounting for the trailing player now. Unbelievable. He hangs on by a thread to survive that chaos and keep his hopes alive. An incredible show of resilience to stay in this game. He just can't be stopped. That's another one for Omnic, as he refuses to go down easy. A really gutsy performance from the low-seeded player today. What an ending. Lancer closes it out with a perfect sequence to secure the win. He really had to dig deep to get the job done, but that experience finally paid off. Omnic was practically untouchable at times, but he just couldn't find that last bit of closure. He had to work for that. Zeth holds a significant lead in their head-to-head history with 337 total wins over Omnic. It's interesting to see that confidence shaken early on, since Zeth is coming off a very strong run of form. He'll need to find a way to stop this slide. Omnic is really surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. The underdog is showing some real fight here. Omnic is just too sharp right now, picking Zeth right off that box for another fast round. He's certainly not acting like the lower rated player today. Zeth really used that high ground to his advantage there, bringing us right back to a dead heat. Omnic is pulling away, now leading 4-2. He definitely needs a result after those 3 losses to start his day. Zeth closes the gap, bringing the tally to 4-3. Zeth is simply too fast right now, and that high ground position just made it a breeze. He's completely taken over the server, extending this run to 3 straight. A rough stretch for the underdog after those 3 losses today. A hard-fought exchange that sees the series leveled off at 5-all. He's really shaking off those previous losses to stay in this. Zeth just edges back into the driver's seat at 6-5. He's really putting on a show today after that dominant win over Lancer. Zeth takes a narrow 7-5 lead into the break. Well, this is playing out exactly as we expected for a toss-up. He's clearly riding some momentum after that hot streak earlier in the half. Let's see if Omnic digs in. Zeth barely holds on to his narrow 7-6 advantage. He's certainly putting up a fight despite those recent struggles. Omnic has clawed back to make it a 7-7 deadlock. Zeth is really putting the pressure on now, stepping up once again to take control of the score. He's showing why he's currently higher on the ladder. Zeth is really leaning into his superior form with a 5-2 record over the last day. It's making a huge difference in how he handles these high pressure moments. If he can keep this pace, he's going to close this out quickly. Another fast one for him, and that's 3 straight as he extends the lead to 10-7. It's starting to look like their previous meeting on Redline all over again. Omnic shows a lot of heart here, shutting down that run to keep himself within striking distance. The early favorite is starting to find a way back in. What a response. He's now strung together 2 more to keep this fight alive. The pressure is mounting for a player who started the day so strong. A quick reaction from Zeth there to put some breathing room back between them. Slightly higher ranking, but he's fought hard to secure that lead. He just needs a single round now to end this, and he is absolutely flying right now. Omnic is refusing to go quietly, wiping Zeth right off that box to keep the dream alive. And there it is! Zeth shuts the door with a perfect final exchange to secure the victory. Omnic really pushed him to the limit today, but he just couldn't find those final few gaps in the defense. What a fight! Unbelievable. Lancer claws out a victory in a total firefight, barely surviving the trade. Zeth has historically looked incredibly comfortable here, holding a career lead of 59-35 against Lancer. He's carrying that confidence into the early stages of this set. We have to see if that head-to-head dominance continues to pressure Lancer today. We are deadlocked at 2-all as they reset. The favorite is starting to feel the pressure now. Zeth is putting together a really strong start here, taking full control of the early momentum. His last-minute victory against Omnic set a high bar for the day. Zeth is really pulling away, commanding a 2-round lead. Lancer is usually a tough out in this pairing. A completely effortless exchange, and that is 3 straight for Zeth. He is certainly playing like the favorite right now. Lancer refuses to buckle, coming through unscathed to chip away at that gap. He's definitely playing with some renewed focus after that tough start. Zeth is coming into this server on an absolute tear after a 4-game winning streak, and you can tell he's carrying that energy into these early exchanges. I wonder if Lancer can find a way to disrupt that flow before the lead becomes insurmountable. Lancer is staying fierce, winning another clean exchange to keep this surge going. The pressure is really shifting back toward the server leader. Zeth goes into the break with a 7-5 advantage. I mean, he's definitely leaning into that 63% career head-to-head success rate here. Lancer is fighting to stay in this, but the underdog is currently driving the pace. New sights, new opportunities. That was a desperate struggle, but Lancer manages to scrap through and keep his hopes alive. Lancer is clearly refusing to let this game slide away from him. Zeth holds an 8-6 cushion as we head back. He's really capitalizing on his momentum from that Italy blowout. Zeth is firmly in the driver's seat at 9-6. A massive performance for him today, showing a lot of stability. Absolute lightning reflex from the server leader to secure another a point and put up a huge lead. Lancer quickly shuts him down to keep the deficit at 3. A glimpse of the consistency he's shown across his thousands of total games. Lancer puts on a display of pure resilience, strolling through this exchange without taking a single point of damage. He's starting to look a lot more dangerous with every round. Wow, that was a total war of attrition, but Zeth barely escapes the exchange alive. That was an absolute nail-biter of an exchange. A devastatingly fast response by Zeth to put himself on the verge of victory. Goodness, what a fight! He hangs on by a thread to keep this game alive. That was a scramble, but he managed to secure the point. He is just not going away, keeping the pressure high as the score closes in. This whole match is mirroring the absolute intensity Lancer brought to his duel with Key. And that's it. Zeth shuts the door right there to claim victory. Lancer really threw everything at him in those final rounds, but he just couldn't close the gap. What a battle! Lancer holds a significant 82-66 historical lead in their head-to-head battles. Well, he actually won their most recent clash as well. Now the pressure is on him to keep that upper hand after this slow start. Slick movement from Lancer, really using that ramp to shut things down. He really has the upper hand in the rankings. Lancer is just too quick for him, shaking him off that ramp in a flash. Lancer is staying active with 21 wins today. They're deadlocked at 2 apiece, total deadlock. A huge fight for the underdog to bring this back to a draw. Lancer pulls ahead by 1, taking a 3-2 grip. A tough stretch for Omnic, who's seen a lot of losses lately. Lancer is moving quickly now, ending these rounds in the blink of an eye. Omnic just needed that one big read to catch Lancer peeking off the ramp. A tough opening for a guy who struggled lately. Omnic forces a tie, leaving us all squared up. The momentum is shifting, despite the typical favorite's early control. Lancer edges it out, holding a slim 5-4 lead. He's coming into this one after a tough series of losses. Omnic is really making things difficult for the favorite right now, completely locking things down on the ramp. Lancer can't seem to find any consistency today. Lancer is playing the angles perfectly, picking Omnic right off the wine box to extend his lead. He's looking much more composed than he did against Zeth today. We've got a 6-6 deadlock going into the break. Honestly, Omnic is playing way above his usual level here. He's refusing to be intimidated by Lancer's historical advantage in this rivalry. Fresh start for both of them. Lancer is looking very sharp on that ramp, securing a crucial lead right after the break. It's a decent bounce back for someone sitting at rank 32. Omnic picks up the pace, capitalizing on the height from that box to swing the momentum right back. Quite a change of pace for a man who's really struggled today. Lancer takes the lead, barely clinging to an 8-7 edge. Lancer's recent form is looking much more stable than his opponent's. Omnic is refusing to back down, just erasing Lancer right off that ramp to keep this battle totally wide open. Omnic surges ahead, now leading 9-8. Lancer is really feeling the pressure after that 10-13 drop to Zeth. He just clears Lancer right off the wall to move into a 3-round tear. A complete role reversal from their last meeting on Mappas. That is an incredible run of form, 4 straight for Omnic as he takes a commanding lead. Absolute precision as he closes the gap to a single round. Lancer manages to find the answer, cutting off that momentum just in time. His overall skill usually makes him the safer bet in these matchups. Lancer refuses to go quietly, claiming another round from the ramp to keep the dream alive. He's fighting through a really tough spot right now. Unreal Omnic cleans up this final round to take home the victory. He really fought his way back from the brink today. Just an unbelievable turnaround against a player who's usually his kryptonite. What a result. Zed has the historical advantage in this pairing with a 53% win rate overall. It's a strong start for Omnic, but we've seen him struggle recently compared to Zed's hot streak. Let's see if that trends back toward the norm. Omnic is currently dominating with a 2-1 lead. That was an incredibly fast exchange. Omnic is really starting to build some serious pressure here, quickly putting Zed on the defensive. Omnic is just running away with this, 4-1. It's a stark contrast to how he's been firing off lately. A gritty fight there, but he digs deep to claw another one back. Just a reminder that he's got a bit more experience in these head-to-head matchups. Zeth entered this match with a strong 7-2 record over the last day. It's interesting to see him trailing now, as he's usually the one dominating these early exchanges. He needs to find a way to stop the momentum before Omnic gets too comfortable. He's putting up a real fight now, securing another effortless win to close the gap. Exactly what the crowd expected from the favorite. An absolute brawl of a round, but he claws his way to a dead heat. A complete shift in momentum as we head toward the halfway mark. What a run! He's simply too sharp right now, extending his streak to 4. Absolutely relentless timing on those entries. Zeth takes a 7-5 lead into the break, and honestly, he's playing exactly how you'd expect based on his recent form. He nearly took control of the map during that 5-round tier, though Omnic is still very much in the game. Fresh start. Let's get back into it. Zeth holds a thin edge now, leading 7-6. He's fighting hard to make up for that previous loss. And just like that, Omnic levels the playing field. A quick clean finish to bring things right back to a deadlock. He's showing real grit, pushing back further to regain the lead. We're back to a stalemate with an 8-8 deadlock. He's fighting uphill here as the underdog in this series. He refuses to go away, taking a clean one here to push his lead to 9-8. He outplays him from the wine, continuing this strong surge to reach 10 rounds. The favorite is really starting to find his footing at this stage. He's simply on fire right now, taking another round to firmly grip control of this game. Unbelievable timing. He's now just one victory away from closing the door on this match. Unbelievable. He just completely swept the board to close out the series. He just continues to look impenetrable today, putting together another strong result to keep that momentum rolling. Zef secures that opening frame with a strong play from the ramp. Zef really owns the historical head-to-head, having won 63% of their career meetings. It's clear he's brought that mental edge into this set. Lancer needs to find an answer quickly if he wants to turn the tide. Lancer is really starting to seize control here, completely shutting down Zef's attempt to play from the ramp.
Just a few days ago, he was cruising through a 6-game streak.
He's just too sharp right now, taking total control of the match with 3 straight.
His current momentum is surprising given that lower ranking on the ladder.
Unreal, he nearly went down but barely manages to hold the box and level things up.
The higher seeded player is definitely finding his footing.
Zef is looking very comfortable right now, moving up into that Tetris spot to shut Lancer down again.
Lancer's had a tough run today with those recent losses.
Another flawless exchange and is now claiming 3 straight.
The momentum shift mirrors their previous encounter on Play M Orange.
That's an incredible run of form, moving to a 4-round streak and taking a firm grip on the game.
He's really putting that game on display tonight.
He keeps his composure and takes this one without taking a single point of damage. Just enough of a spark to keep things interesting. Zef is putting up a strong showing today with an 8-2 record in the last day. So yeah, he's clearly carrying that confidence into this series. It's becoming a real challenge for Lancer to find a way back into the game. Zeth goes into the break with an 8-4 lead. Honestly, he's completely disregarding the pre-match projections. Lancer has a better record on the arena, but he's just not able to slow the underdog down right now. Lancer needs a big wake-up call. Zef is just not letting up, taking that battle from the box and extending the gap to 5. He's playing with a lot of freedom right now.
Zef is absolutely dominating, stretching his lead to 10-4. Zef's firmly in the driver's seat at 10-5.
Still trying to find a way to flip the script. Zeth is just too fast, utilizing that high ground to put a huge amount of pressure on Lancer.
Really showing his form after that victory over Omnic.
Lancer manages to pick him off the boost and keeps himself in the fight.
Slightly slower movements from Lancer, but he's still fighting through this.
Lancer is putting up a real fight here, quickly closing the gap to just a few rounds. Lancer takes another one from the boost, keeping the streak alive.
The gap on the ladder isn't looking as wide as it used to.
An absolute statement from the trailing player, continuing a surge that has completely shifted the energy of this match. A huge response from Zeth, shutting down the charge and putting himself just one step away from victory. Lancer just had such a hot run, but Zeth always finds a way. What a finish! Zeth shuts the door on Lancer to secure the victory. Lancer really put everything on the line to force those late rounds, but he just couldn't find that final gear. What a fight! A lightning fast start for Omnic, who managed to pick Lancer right off that box. Lancer has a strong historical edge in this particular rivalry, winning over half of their lifetime meetings. It makes a lot of sense why he's the favorite heading into this set. Now we just need to see if he can keep that pressure up. We're all squared up at 2 apiece. He's showing some serious grit coming off that loss to Zeth. Lancer is starting to get the momentum back in his favor after that brief stumble. 2 players with identical ratings fighting for a sliver of ground. Lancer is really pulling away now, leading 4-2. Lancer is putting on a showing after a rough start to his day. Omnic claws back 1, trailing by a single point. The 2 of them are dead even on the ladder right now. Omnic is really turning the tide here, putting together a nice little run of games. The momentum has completely shifted and he's just cruising toward a wider gap. Lancer manages to fight back, bringing the series right back to a deadlock. It's a tight battle for the 34th slot on the ladder. Omnic keeps the pressure on and finds the mark, picking him right off the box. He is really capitalizing on a difficult day for his opponent. We've got a 6-6 deadlock going into the break. I mean, we really expected Lancer to dictate the pace here, but Omnic is refusing to blink. He is playing way above his usual win rate right now. Let's see who blinks first. Unreal, he barely survives that shootout to take a 7-6 lead. He's certainly playing like the man to beat today. Omnic is currently riding a wave of confidence, having secured 18 wins over the last day. It's a surprising turn of events given how often Lancer has historically controlled their head-to-head meetings. He's definitely playing the spoiler role perfectly right now. Absolute control here, walking away with full health to push the advantage even further. His target is usually much easier to hit. He just can't find an answer, dragging Lancer right off that box to keep the run going. What a fight! He survives a brutal exchange to put himself just 2 rounds away from the victory. His recent match against Zeth didn't hint at a performance like this. He just keeps finding the mark, and now the series is firmly in his grasp. A complete reversal from how this series was projected to go. Unbelievable. Lancer claws back around in a frantic exchange, barely surviving the encounter. That was a heart-stopping finish for the underdog. What a finale! He manages to scrape through that absolute carnage to seal the match. He really played with his life on the line out there, coming through those close calls when it mattered most. He's definitely feeling the pressure now. What a fight! Zeth enters this one riding a 7-game win streak that shows he's completely found his form. It's a huge confidence boost since he's already beaten Omnic in their most recent meeting. Now we see if he can keep that pressure high. Zeth's eyeing a dominant lead with that 2-1 advantage. Still needs to prove he can actually hang with the higher seeds. Omnic is really locking in here, completely flipping the script after that shaky start. The lower seeded player is putting up a real fight. Omnic secures another win by picking him off the ramp, taking complete control of the momentum. Zeth is usually the one who comes out on top in these matchups. A quick response here to level things up at 3-3. Zeth pulls ahead again to reclaim a slim lead. The ranking difference is starting to show here. We are deadlocked at 4-all, pure chaos now. His recent form is definitely the story of the day. The reaction times are just scary right now. Zeth is practically teleporting into these winners. Zeth has been on fire with an 80% win rate in his last 10 matches. This current push feels consistent with that surge of momentum. If he can keep this pace, the server is going to be completely his. Zeth leads 7-5 heading into the break. Honestly, this is exactly what we wanted to see from a close pairing. He's leaning on that map advantage to keep the lead, but Omnic is staying right there with him. New side, new energy. Zeth is firmly in the driver's seat at 8-5. He has been the much more consistent player over the last day. A completely effortless finish here, proving he can weather the storm and stay in this fight. A clean get back for the underdog. Zeth's really pulling away now, sitting comfortably at 9-6. The higher rated player is starting to distance himself. A total brawl this time, and Omnic manages to dig deep to secure the win. A really gritty fight there to get back in this. Zeth holds a commanding 3-round cushion at 10-7. The gap in their overall map win rates is really becoming a factor. He's refusing to fold, staying composed through a longer exchange to chip away at that lead. Just a small stumble for the favorite. He's just not letting up now, keeping the pressure on to close this gap. Zeth really needs to rediscover the form he showed earlier. Absolutely clinical. He wipes the slate clean and brings us back to a dead heat. Absolutely wild to see things reset to a deadlock right here. What a shift. He's simply outclassing his opponent right now, picking up another flawless round. He is effectively shutting the door on any hope of a recovery. A sharp response here to bring things back to a dead even split. The head-to-head numbers show he usually holds the edge in this rivalry. He's stepping up exactly when it counts to secure this huge advantage. That was an incredibly fast transition of power. Unbelievable. Zeth clears the container and seals the victory. He just barely managed to close the door on a really scary comeback attempt. That was an absolute battle. What a fight. Lancer gets a strong start here, taking advantage of that ramp position to secure the early lead. Unreal. Lancer barely scrapes through that fight on the ramp with a sliver of health left. Really surprising to see the favorite struggling this early. Lancer continues his run of dominance, cleaning up the target from the ramp. He's really fighting back after that 13-9 defeat earlier today. Zeth answers back from the ramp to keep this match within reach. The pressure is definitely on for the higher seeded player right now. Lancer really shut that down quickly, catching Zeth right as he stepped onto the ramp. The historical edge is definitely showing for Lancer today. Lancer is just putting on a clinic right now, easily picking Zeth off the ramp for another quick round. He's simply too fast for him right now, pushing the lead to 6-1. Things are looking very different compared to their previous head-to-head. Lancer is simply untouchable right now, extending his streak to 4. He's certainly not playing like a rank 34 player right now. What a fight! Zeth nearly went down, but he manages to secure the kill with a tiny fragment of health. His 80% recent form is starting to peek through. Lancer is just refusing to let the momentum shift back, keeping his hold on the lead from the ramp. The head-to-head history isn't favoring the higher-seeded player today. Zeth has held his own in the vast majority of their past battles, winning over 60% of their total encounters. It's a shocking contrast considering how Lancer is controlling the map right now. He's really making a statement in this series. Lancer takes a commanding 10-2 lead into the break. I mean, this is exactly how you'd expect the map favorite to start. He is completely owning the server right now. Let's see if Zeth can reset. Lancer is just completely in control here, putting an end to Zeth's hopes of a comeback. Lancer has looked completely different than he did against Olnik earlier. Zeth manages to fight back from the ramp, showing he's still dangerous despite the score. That higher rating is starting to provide some stability. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but Lancer survives with a single point of health to reach match point. Lancer just refused to let a single hit be the difference. What a nail-biter! Zeth barely makes it out alive after that absolute brawl. He's fighting desperately for any ground he can find. He's staying sharp, picking Lancer right off that ramp for his second straight round. Lancer is starting to feel the pressure of the favorite's push. Zeth just isn't letting up, securing his third consecutive victory in a row. He's really starting to look like the better player now. And there it is. Lancer shuts the door on this match with a lightning-fast final blow. He really flipped the script today, completely erasing that historical disadvantage and proving he's a force to be reckoned with. Lancer leads their lifetime head-to-head with 82 wins over Omnic, but the most recent match between them actually went the other way. Now he's trying to use this early momentum to re-establish that dominance. Lancer is cruising right now with a 2-0 lead. He's looking really sharp for a guy who went 2022 today. Absolute carnage in this exchange, and he takes it to build a 3-0 lead. This has been a rough start for Omnic after that tough loss to Zeth. Omnic puts up a fight here, controlling the ramp to get back on the board. A high-stakes battle, given Lancer is the clear favorite going into this. He's refusing to back down, walking away from this exchange without taking a single point of damage. Lancer is definitely feeling the pressure of those earlier losses now. What a scramble! He barely escapes with a sliver of health to tie this series up. A complete turnaround from the start of this set. A sharp reaction from Lancer to snap back into a lead. He's completely erased that early deficit, bringing the score level at 4-4. He's really pushing back against the odds in this one. Omnic earns the edge, cleaning him off the ramp to take the lead. Total shift in momentum, and it's really starting to feel uncomfortable for the favorite. Lancer is quick to punish that ramp position, keeping this set deadlocked. Two of the closest players on the ladder right now. Omnic secures his lead, picking Lancer right off the ramp as we head into the final round of the first half. Lancer needs to find an answer before they head into the break. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break, and honestly, he's playing way above his status as the underdog here. Lancer needs to tighten up if he wants to stop this momentum shift. New side, new opportunities. Omnic holds a slim 1-point advantage as we reset. That was a lightning-fast response to shut things down. A quick adjustment there to freeze the score. He continues to show incredible grit, claiming a perfect round to stretch this lead to 8-6. Omnic holds his ground from the ramp to keep this streak alive. He's effectively shifted the entire narrative of the set. He's simply too fast right now, making it a clean 10-6 lead. The pressure is mounting for the higher seed. He's just in total control of the server now, taking another untouched round for himself. Lancer really needs to dig deep and find some answers. A cautious duel ends with another clean round for the leader, putting him just one away from victory. He's completely dismantled the expectations for this pairing. Lancer puts up a stand from the planks, preventing the match from ending right here. A huge relief for the guy on the ropes right now. Lancer finds his mark from the ramp to secure a second straight win. He's certainly clawing his way back into this contest. Unbelievable. He closes out the series and secures the victory. He's really starting to close the gap on those lifetime numbers, proving he can step up when the stakes are high. Zeth currently holds a substantial lifetime lead in their head-to-head history. It's interesting because Omnic was the one to take the early momentum here. We'll see if Zeth can lean back on that historical advantage to flip the script. Omnic is cruising with a narrow 2-1 cushion. His 10-3 record from today shows he's in sharp form. Zeth has completely flipped this on its head, taking control after starting the map slow. Omnic stays ahead by a single hair at 3-2. The lower rated player is really holding his own today. And now we're deadlocked at 3-all. He is definitely treating this like a grudge match. Zeth is starting to snowball here, quickly picking up 2 in a row to stretch the lead. That was a total shutout, extending his run to 3 straight. This really feels like a repeat of their last meeting. Omnic answers back quickly to cut that lead down to 1. Omnic is playing with a lot of heart right now. We've got a total stalemate at 5 apiece. Omnic has put in a ton of work with over 2,000 career matches. Omnic is simply too fast right now, picking up another untouched round. He's really putting that recent loss to the top player behind him. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's fighting off the slight favorites advantage perfectly. Zeth has the better win rate on Italy, but Omnic is clearly ignoring that history right now. Fresh start for both. Omnic has really shifted the momentum, and he's currently carrying a high level of confidence coming off that win against Lancer earlier today. Well, it's quite a reversal given Zeth normally controls this pairing. Now we have to see if Zeth can stop this run before it's too late. A gorgeous shot there, and he's now completely taken over this series. He's simply refusing to let up, extending this run to 4 straight. The lower seeded player is completely dominating the pace. Absolutely ruthless. He is 1 round away from wrapping this entire matchup. Unbelievable! Omnic secures the victory in an absolute whirlwind of a finish. A completely different story from their last encounter on Mappas. Omnic really stepped up to shut down Zeth's historical edge today. Zeth has a strong head-to-head record against Lancer, winning 63% of their total encounters. It's a significant advantage, though Lancer managed to take their most recent duel in a pretty one-sided fashion. We'll see if this early lead can translate into another series win. He's absolutely on fire, taking complete control with a third straight round. He looks far more confident than we saw in that last set. Lancer answers back immediately, shutting down that momentum with a perfectly timed burst. Zeth is just dominating right now at 4-1. The high-rated player is really starting to assert himself. Lancer refuses to go away, clawing his way back into this match. The gap in the ladder is barely showing right now. Zeth is showing a lot of poise by maintaining a 10-4 record over the last day. It's a strong run of form that seems to be paying off despite his recent losses. He is firmly in the driver's seat here. What a fight! Both players were practically depleted, but Zeth barely scraped through to keep his momentum. Zeth's safely ahead by 3 as we hit round 9. He's showing why he's often the slight favorite in this matchup. He's keeping the pressure on, securing a clean win to close the gap further. The gap in skill looks smaller with every round he wins. Zeth is cruising along with a comfortable 7-4 lead. Zeth holds an 8-4 lead heading into the break. I mean, he's completely flipped the script on this one. Lancer was supposed to take the edge here, but Zeth is playing way above his expected level right now. Lancer needs a big shift here. Lancer strikes back, narrowing the deficit to 8-5. Zeth is still playing as the expected frontrunner here. Goodness, what a scrap! He clings on by a thread to keep this comeback alive. He is really starting to put some pressure back on Zeth. Unreal, he just keeps this charge going and refuses to let up. The momentum shift here is just staggering. Zeth quickly shuts that run down with a clean shot. It's good to see the higher seed finally stabilizing his game. Lancer is showing serious grit here, shutting the door on that exchange instantly. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but he comes out on top to lock the series at 9-all. The pressure is really mounting on the higher seed now. Zeth regains the edge, moving ahead 10-9. Lancer definitely feels the pressure after his recent struggle against Dominic. Zeth is really starting to pull away here as he finds another clean gear. The higher seeded player is really starting to shake off that recent loss. Lancer is simply refusing to let this game slip away, securing a very tidy round. The pressure is really getting to him at this stage. A tough exchange, but he manages to dig deep and secure the edge. The higher seed is really showing his class in the final stretch. A sheer show of resolve as Lancer keeps the dream alive with a flawless stop. He's fighting back just like he did in his close match against Omega. Absolutely incredible. Lancer manages to force a deadlock, pushing us straight into overtime. Tensions are at an absolute peak with everything squared up. Zeth is fighting for every single point now, refusing to let Lancer build any kind of lead. He's really capitalizing on the lower rating of his opponent right now. unbelievable. He survives by the absolute skin of his teeth to tie things up at 13-13. Absolutely lethal precision to bring us back to a deadlock. Neither one of these guys is letting the other breathe. The exchanges are coming faster and faster. His recent struggle against Omnic clearly weighed on him today. He barely holds on after that heavy exchange to keep this deadlock alive. The underdog is making a serious statement in this overtime stretch. He secures a huge advantage, putting himself just one step from victory. The experience of the top-seeded player is starting to show. Absolute perfection to finish it. Zeth closes the door and secures the map victory. Lancer really pushed him to the brink, but he just couldn't find that final gear in the clutch. That's an incredible way to end the series. What a fight! Lancer has traditionally owned this matchup by taking 54% of their lifetime encounters, but we're seeing a different story in their most recent clash. Omnic seems to have found a way to disrupt this game, and that mental edge could be huge for the rest of this set. What a scramble! He barely survives that exchange and walks away with the win. Both of these guys have been grinding for hours today. Lancer is simply too fast right now, taking a third consecutive round without breaking a sweat. He is definitely making up for that loss in their last meeting. A sharp recovery from Omnic to keep things close at 2-3. He's playing with a lot of confidence after that 13-8 win earlier. Perfectly tied up at 3 apiece now. Lancer's rough start today is starting to weigh on him. A complete turnaround as Omnic takes his third straight, now holding a one-round lead. The underdog is really stepping up his game right now. Lancer answers back immediately, bringing the map back to a dead-even split. They're really fighting for every single round right now. Omnic just edges ahead, now leading it 5-4. Lancer is really fighting for his life today with a 19-23 record. And just like that, Lancer forces a 5-5 deadlock. Both players have been in the thick of it all day. Lancer is really starting to put the pressure on, using that ramp to secure another quick win. That's a big shift in momentum for the favorite. We've got a dead heat at 6-6 heading into the break. Well, Omnic is proving to be way more dangerous than we expected. Lancer's map experience usually gives him a big advantage, but he's struggling to pull away here. Time to see who blinks first. Omnic takes the lead, pushing ahead 7-6. He's really leaning into that confidence after his dominant run against Zeth. Lancer claws back, and we are locked at 7-all. That was practically an instantaneous flick. Omnic is really putting on a clinic here, completely ignoring the history between these two. He's really fighting an uphill battle today after that rough loss to Zeth. They're neck and neck again, 8 apiece for these two. Lancer is really digging deep for every round right now. Omnic just sneaks out in front, leading 9-8. It's a tough day at the office for the higher seeded player. Omnic is currently putting together a very strong showing despite a lifetime win rate of only 35%. And honestly, he's really flipping the script on Lancer here. It's becoming a huge uphill climb for the favorite to close this gap. An absolutely effortless round for Omnic as he drops Lancer right off that boost. That's a tough sequence of games for the ranked 34 players. Another effortless kill to puts him in a position to close this out right now. Unbelievable! Omnic shuts the door on this series with a flawless finish to take the victory. He's really defying the odds today, ending this set with an absolute surge of momentum. Zeth holds the overall historical advantage in this rivalry with 340 total wins over his opponent. It's a massive sample size, but Omnic is the one who actually won their last meeting. It'll be interesting to see if that recent confidence carries through today. He's just untouchable right now, securing a quick third in a row without taking a single point of damage. A total blackout for Zeth. He's completely overwhelmed by this opening surge. Omnic shuts him down from the box, moving to a commanding 5-0 lead.
It's becoming a recurring nightmare for the favorite. Zeth finally gets around on the board to stop the slide. He's currently got the better wind in his sails today.
Omnic has been clinical with a 2021 record over the last day. While he's fought through a lot of matches recently, it's clearly not affecting his aim. The real worry here is how he's translating that experience into a huge lead over the favorite. A messy exchange of fire, but Omnic comes out on top to keep his streak alive. He's just relentless, piling on another win to keep the pressure high.
The lower rated player in this pair is just taking over.
He's simply in a different gear right now, effortlessly cruising into the break.
A huge blow for him just before the side switch.
Omnic takes a huge 11-1 lead into the break. Well, we expected a dead even contest, but this is a complete slaughter. Zeth looks completely lost in this opening half.
Time for Zeth to wake up.
Zeth is fighting for his life here, but he's just too far behind to make this close.
The higher rated player is trying to put up a fight.
He just can't find an opening, and now Omnic is one round away from a blowout.
A complete reversal from the expectations we had going into this series.
What a way to end it. Omnic just rips through him to seal the series. He just completely dismantled the favorite today. We saw some wild speed on those kills too.
Zeth holds a substantial historical advantage with a 62-36 head-to-head record over Lancer. It's clear he's carrying that confidence into today. We have to see if Lancer can shake off that recent cold streak and get his footing here. Zeth is cruising right now, leading 2-1.
Lancer is definitely feeling the pressure of that 17-23 day. We're completely locked in a deadlock now. It's anyone's game as we head into the 5th.
Expectations were high for the favorite, but this is a clean slate.
Zeth secures the lead with a lightning-fast reaction, catching Lancer from the ramp.
Lancer is really struggling to keep a run going today. Zeth's now firmly in control with a 4-2 lead. He's really finding his form after that rough outing against Omnic.
Absolute control, now as the momentum completely swings back to Zeth. The number 35 seed is really struggling to keep up here. What a scramble! Lancer claws back a massive round, barely surviving that chaotic exchange. That second chance really breathed some life back into him. What a battle! He manages to pull through this grueling exchange, cutting the deficit to a single round. Lancer is playing right on the edge of defeat. Zeth has a high 70% win rate in his last 10 outings. It's a stark contrast to the struggles Lancer has faced recently. He's clearly in a better headspace coming into this set. Lancer shows a lot of heart here, tightening the gap as we approach the half. He's showing some real grit to stay in this game. Zeth takes a 7-5 lead going into the switch. You know, the favorite isn't playing as we expected today. It looks like Zeth is leaning on that 63% head-to-head success rate to keep the advantage. Let's see if the roles reverse.
Zeth extends his grip to 8-5 after that round. Zeth is really making his case for that top 25 spot.
Zeth is distancing himself further, pushing up to 9-5.
That's a tough spot for him, barely picking up any wins today.
Zeth just shut the door on that rally, putting the pressure right back on his opponent.
Lancer has really hit a wall across his last few series.
He's completely taken over the map, moving to 11-5 while staying perfectly healthy.
That's his second win against this opponent so far today.
He's practically untouchable right now, crossing the line for a 5th straight victory.
The gap between them on the ladder is feeling wider by the second.
Lancer finally answers back, knocking Zeth right off the ramp to keep his hopes alive. Just a small spark of hope for the underdog. Unbelievable finish. Zeth edges out that final scrap to close out the series. Zeth looks like he's finally turned the corner today, while Lancer just can't seem to catch a break.
Omnic enters this series on a 4-match winning streak, and it's looking like that momentum is carrying over. Lancer has the historically better record against him, but his recent struggles make it tough to tell if he can flip the script here. He simply isn't letting up, picking Lancer right off the ramp to go up 3-0. Tough start for the favored side in this duel. A strong response from Lancer, who puts out a precise shot from the ramp to get back into the game. He's finally starting to look like the favorite we expected. Lancer is showing some real grit, putting together a second straight win to cut the deficit. The gap in rankings is clearly narrowing right now. Incredible effort, and now we are completely deadlocked at 3-all. Lancer is playing with total confidence right now. Absolute madness. He's just completely flipped the script on this match. It's a stark contrast to how the early rounds felt. He's just too fast for him right now, securing a 5th straight victory to take control. It's getting harder for the underdog to find any answers. He is just untouchable right now, cruising to another effortless win. The initial momentum from the start has completely vanished. He's simply on another level, pushing the lead to 7 straight. Lancer is fully capitalizing on the gap in their current ratings. He keeps it rolling from the ramp, extending his lead to 8 straight. Just a total mirror image of how his earlier matches looked. Lancer takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, this is exactly what we wanted to see from him. He managed to turn the tide quickly after those first few rounds to secure a strong lead. Omnic needs to shake things up. Omnic keeps the pressure on from the ramp, pulling a few more rounds back in this series. He's really starting to capitalize on his rival's recent slump. He's simply refusing to buckle, catching Lancer right off the ramp to keep this run going. The favorite is suddenly looking very vulnerable right now. Lancer puts a stop to that rally, picking his opponent clean off the ramp. Lancer really needs to maintain this gap to keep his lead. He is staying remarkably composed, securing a rapid victory to keep this climb alive. He just doesn't stop, securing another quick win from the ramp to keep this surge alive. Simply an incredible surge, evening the map at 9-9 after an unbelievable recovery. The upper hand has shifted completely in this match. He's just on fire right now, grabbing another win to officially take the lead. The pressure is really mounting on the higher seeded player now. Lancer strikes from the ramp to tie things up at 10-10, showing a huge amount of heart. He's refusing to let any momentum slide, walking away from this one without taking a single point of damage. Lancer has the advantage once more, putting himself just a single round away from victory. The higher seed is firmly back in the driver's seat. What a fight! Omnic finds a way to stay alive and keeps his hopes alive. He's certainly proving he belongs in the conversation with the top seed. What a statement! He forces the deadlock, bringing us to a total stalemate at 12-12. Neither side has been able to pull away for a long time. Lancer is playing some unbelievable high-pressure game, closing this out effortlessly. He just clawed back control right when it mattered most. Absolute carnage, he barely scrapes through that exchange to keep the pressure high. He's showing some incredible nerve in this overtime stretch, shutting down his opponent for a 14-13 lead. This battle of nerves is reaching an absolute fever pitch. He secures another effortless point from the ramp, putting him just one round away from closing this out. He's definitely playing with the confidence of a higher seeded player. What a finish! Lancer closes it out to secure the series victory. That was quite the roller coaster. Omnic put up a fight, but his latest run of form just wasn't enough to bridge that skill gap today. He'll be gutted. What a scrap! Zeth has a clear advantage in their history, winning over half of their total meetings. I mean, it's interesting because Omnic really dominated their last encounter. This is going to be about who can dictate the tempo first. Omnic is just flying right now, taking a 2-0 lead. He really struggled in that last encounter as well. A fierce battle on the ramp, but he just can't be stopped right now. It's a completely different story from their usual head-to-head rivalry. He is just untouchable right now, extending his streak to 4. The favorite is definitely feeling the pressure early on. Finally, Zeth manages to find an opening and put a stop to that slide. He's certainly keeping his 12-5 daily record a priority. He's looking much more comfortable now, using the window to keep the pressure high. The higher rated player is finally making his move. Omnic is currently putting up a huge effort to maintain his strong 2019 record from today, and it's working. He's clearly taking a lot of confidence from that recent dominant win over Zed in their last encounter. Let's see if he can keep this momentum rolling. Unreal. Omnic barely survives that encounter, pulling off the win despite Zeth having him on the ropes. He's proving that he can handle the pressure of a close scrap. Zeth holds his ground on the planks for a clean kill, showing plenty of grit here. We're seeing the usual hierarchy start to reassert itself. He's refusing to let the game slip away, narrowing the gap before we head into the break. A very swift exchange, leaving the opposition with no answer. We've got a dead heat at 6-6 going into the break. Well, it's exactly what you'd expect from two players this close in skill. It'll be interesting to see who blinks first in the second half. Both players are completely locked in. Omnic puts himself back in front here, utilizing that window position to secure a narrow lead. A tough look for the higher ranked player right now. Omnic has a 2-round cushion as we move forward. The gap in the ladder isn't telling the full story today. Zeth punishes him from the window and continues to climb back into this game. A much needed burst of energy to keep the deficit small. What a turnaround! Zeth completely wipes the slate clean and brings us back to a deadlock. He's completely reset the momentum here. Omnic just edges ahead, taking a narrow 9-8 lead. It's a real battle of the mid-tier rankings today. He is showing incredible resolve, clawing his way back to a dead even split. Complete deadlock as we enter the final stretch. Omnic sneaks ahead, holding a slim 10-9 lead. He is certainly fighting through his usual ranking disadvantage. Omnic is really putting a stranglehold on the match, shutting Zeth down even when he's playing from the window. He digs deep to clutch out a tough exchange, keeping his hopes alive in this series. The pressure is mounting as we head into these final stages. Zeth secures the kill from the toolbox and we've reached a complete deadlock. Both players are now completely on level footing. A clean read from Omnic, picking him right off the ramp to secure a huge advantage. He's showing that he can consistently play up to the favorites level. What a finish! Omnic shuts it down and claims the map victory. He really fought his way through that one, outlasting a high-tier opponent in a total slugfest. Hard-fought win. Zeth is clearly dominating the rivalry with a 64% win rate over Lancer. It's a stark contrast to the map stats where Lancer normally holds the edge. It will be interesting to see if that historical head-to-head weight outweighs the map preference today. Zeth is firmly in control now, leading 2-1. He's looking sharp after that 12-6 stretch today. Zeth is really capitalizing on those quick engagements, putting a lot of pressure on Lancer early on. Unbelievable. Lancer claws back the round with an incredibly thin margin of health. A big shift in momentum for the lower rated man. Lancer just shuts everything down, clearing Zeth right off that ramp to level things up. The lower ranked man is fighting back hard today. Zeth reclaims a narrow 1-round lead right here. He's really starting to assert himself over the number 35 ranked player. Lancer just couldn't convert that elevation advantage on the boost, and Zeth is now moving his lead to 2 games. That was a complete shutdown. Zeth extends his run to 3 straight. A totally effortless exchange for Lancer, proving he's still very much in this game. His rank usually puts him at a disadvantage in these matchups. Lancer is putting up a real fight here, keeping the pressure on right before the break. He is looking incredibly composed in these high-speed exchanges. We are deadlocked at 6-all. I mean, it's a total toss-up heading into the second half. Lancer has proven he can hang with Zeth, even though he's traditionally the one struggling in this pairing. A clean slate for both now. Lancer keeps his footing with a flawless shot, refusing to let Zeth pull away. Lancer is playing like a man possessed today. Both players are squared up at 7 apiece now. It's a wild swing for a man with a 20% win rate lately. He's proving incredibly tough to shake, continuing this climb back into the match. The underdog is starting to look very comfortable right now. A methodical encounter where he kept his composure and walked away without taking any damage. His confidence is soaring compared to how he started his last few weeks. Lancer just couldn't find the angle to clear Zeth off that box, and now we're right back to a dead heat. Zeth looks back toward that recent dominant 13-6 victory. That was a tense standoff, but he stayed calm and completely shut down Zeth to push his advantage further. A complete role reversal from how the rankings predicted this series. Lancer secures the advantage from the boost, refusing to let this match slip away. Zeth is really struggling to find a way back into this one. Zeth is refusing to go quietly, securing another round to narrow this gap. He needs to find another big gear if he wants to flip this. He's putting up a strong resistance now, digging deep to keep his hopes alive. The pressure is really mounting on the guy currently leading the scoreboard. He's simply too fast today, securing a point that puts him just 1 round away from victory. Goodness, Zeth barely survived that one. He scrapes by with a sliver of health to keep his hopes alive. What a finish! Lancer secures the victory and finishes the comeback.
Just an incredible showing from him to shake off those old ghosts and finally close this out. He really put those historical stats to bed today. What a fight! Lancer has a huge overall advantage with 83 head-to-head wins over Omnic, but he's really struggling to find his form today with a 17-23 record. Lancer needs to shake off those losses quickly if he wants to maintain his grip on this rivalry. Omnic takes a commanding lead at 2-1. He's clearly playing against the grain of his recent results. Lancer is really making the most of the vertical space, capitalizing on that high ground to even things up. Omnic is just barely holding on to a 3-2 edge. And just like that, Lancer forces a dead heat. Lancer certainly looks more comfortable as this series progresses. Omnic is putting up a really strong fight, refusing to let Lancer pull away early. Lancer has typically been the favorite in this matchup. Omnic is really riding a wave of confidence right now, carrying that momentum from his recent victory over Zeth. He's effectively shaking off the typical hierarchy in this pairing. We'll see if Lancer can actually dig in and mount a comeback. He finds a way to pick him off the box, extending the lead to 7. The lower ranked player is completely controlling the pace here. Lancer draws some blood here,
getting one more on the board before we hit the mid-match break. His 17-23 stretch today has been grueling. Omnic holds an 8-4 advantage heading into the break. I mean, he's making a huge statement here. Lancer was expected to take this comfortably, but that 4-round streak put the underdog firmly in the driver's seat. Time for a quick reset. Lancer can't seem to find a safe spot, and Omnic just wiped him off the box to extend that lead. Lancer simply can't find his footing today. Omnic is just ruthless, pushing the gap to 10-4. That 2019 run today is definitely showing in his play. Absolutely effortless. Omnic keeps the pressure on with a flawless series of rounds. Lancer manages to trade back around and slows the pace down. It's a tough hill to climb when facing that kind of deficit. Lancer just won't step down from that box today, really fighting to close this gap. He's leaning into that historical experience as the match winds down. He is in total control, moving just one step away from a victory. The favorite is really feeling the pressure in this series. Lancer manages a sharp response, stopping a potential walk-off by Omnic. He's fighting to close a gap that's grown quite wide. Lancer reads him perfectly, snatching the advantage from those high boxes. He's definitely starting to punish those predictable patterns. Unbelievable. Omnic closes it out with an absolute blur of a round to secure the victory. He really shifted the dynamic of this rivalry today. It's a massive statement to come out on top after years of trailing behind. Zeth holds a historical advantage in this matchup with 340 total wins. He has usually been the stronger player throughout their long history together, although Omnic was the one to take their most recent clash. It will be interesting to see if that trend continues today. Omnic is suddenly cruising with a commanding 2-1 lead. He's definitely carrying a lot of confidence into this one. This is turning into a real toss-up early on, as neither player is letting the other get a foothold. Omnic now has a slim edge at 3-2. He's certainly playing like a man on a mission after those recent wins. What a scramble! Zeth barely walks away from that exchange to even the score. His 12-7 run today is starting to translate into a real grind. Omnic just edges back ahead with a 4-3 lead. That was an incredibly fast trade. And just like that, Zeth forces a dead heat at 4 apiece. The two of them are practically neck and neck in the rankings. Unreal. He claws his way back from the edge to take the lead. He is proving to be an incredibly tough target to put down. Absolute chaos now, as we're locked in a 5-5 stalemate. It is looking like a mirror image of their recent duel on Fast Aim. Omnic secures another round to pull ahead 6-5. He's really capitalizing on a hot run of form lately. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, the slight underdog is keeping his cool perfectly right now. Zeth should be happy. He's still within striking distance after those scares. Let's see if the momentum shifts. Omnic is really hitting a peak right now with that 70% win rate in his last 10 matches. You know, it's quite a contrast to Zeth's recent struggles. If this run lasts, we could see a very surprising result here. Omnic is running away with it at 9-5. He's looking very comfortable for someone sitting lower on the ladder. Zeth manages to narrow the gap down to 6-9. A sharp reaction from Zeth to halt that momentum. Zeth is fighting an uphill battle here, but he needs to put together a string of rounds to stay in this. He's looking incredibly sharp after that victory against Lancer earlier today. Omnic keeps the pressure on, extending his lead to 10-7. He's starting to find some stability after that rough stretch. Zeth has really struggled to maintain a lead in this one, often finding himself reacting to Omnic's pace. Omnic shuts down the mini comeback and now just needs one final round to end it all. The momentum has shifted entirely in his favor. What a finish! Omnic closes it out with a perfect final round to claim the victory. He's just totally outclassing Zeth in this series, making a huge statement despite those historical numbers. Zeth holds a commanding lead in their overall history, winning 63% of their lifetime head-to-head meetings. It's a nice start for him today, but he'll need to prove he can flip the script after dropping their most recent duel. Zeth is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. He's looking a lot sharper than in that last meeting. Lancer is really putting on the pressure now, taking this a dead heat after a quick response. Lancer has the upper hand now, leading 3-2. The favorite is really feeling the heat right now. Total deadlock now with both Zeth and Lancer tied. Both players are looking a bit shaky after their recent losses to Omnic. Lancer is starting to pull away, and Zeth really needs a strong answer right now to stay in this a tough spot for him, coming off the 3-game slide. Unreal. Lancer just barely survives that chaotic exchange with a tiny sliver of health left. It's a tough look for Zeth, having dropped his last 3 matchups. Zeth was quicker on the draw this time, catching Lancer right as he was perched on those boxes. He's fighting for his life after those 3 straight losses to Omni. We're back to a stalemate at 5-all. He is really fighting to shake off those recent losses. Another effortless kill for him, carrying this hot streak into the final round before the break. We're all squared up at 6 each. Well, it looks like the underdog is doing just fine so far. Zeth is really capitalizing on his superior map win rate here to keep pace with Lancer. Time to see who blinks first. Lancer just nudged ahead by 1 in this nail-biter. The momentum from their last encounter seems to be carrying over. Zeth answers back, leaving us deadlocked at 7 apiece. The higher rated player is finally starting to find some footing. Lancer is really locking in on this side of the map, putting himself in a great spot to close this out. A real test of nerves for the lower ranked player here. What a scrap! Zeth barely clings to life after picking Lancer off the ramp to tie it up. Man, what a heart-stopping way to bring this back to even. Lancer takes a thin lead, pushing the score to 9-8. The lower rated player is truly putting on a show. Zeth has historically dominated this rivalry, securing an impressive 63% of their lifetime head-to-heads. But he's struggling to translate that old success into current results. I wonder if he's starting to feel the pressure of this specific series. What a war! Lancer scrapes through that absolute slaughter to keep his streak alive. His current form is definitely looking better than the 30% he's posted recently. Zeth just completely shut him down to keep the dream alive. Coming off a dominant 13-2 performance against Lexis just a while ago, Lancer finds a clean opening and is now just 1 round away from victory. A huge swing from where this series started. A really steady hand from Zeth, keeping his composure to hold off the pressure. Just a quick blink and he's right back in the mix. Absolutely incredible. Lancer finishes the job with a crisp headshot to claim victory. Zeth really gave it everything and almost stole the map, but he just couldn't close that gap in the end. What a fight! Lancer traditionally holds the advantage in their history together, winning about 54% of their previous encounters. He's still a strong pick despite his struggles in the last few hours. It will be interesting to see if he can flip the script after losing their most recent meeting. He's absolutely taking over this opening segment, stumbling into a huge lead. A solid response from Lancer to claw back into the game. He definitely has the skill to keep pace in this series. Unbelievable. He barely hangs on with a sliver of health to keep this momentum swinging. He's completely erased that early deficit, bringing us level at 3-3. Lancer just doesn't stop. He's now outpaced his opponent for 4 straight rounds. Omnic fires back instantly, bringing the series back to a deadlock. Lancer secures another rapid exchange, refusing to let the lead slip away. He's certainly playing like the favorite right now. Omnic manages to keep things square, securing a quick kill from that high perch. Lancer is putting up a fight here, showing plenty of grit as we approach the mid-game break. That was a lightning fast swap of momentum. We're looking at a 7-5 lead for Lancer, and honestly, it makes sense. He's holding on to that small advantage, just like we expected heading into today. Time to see if Omnic recovers. Omnic is closing the gap, trailing by only 1 now. His recent form is absolutely on fire right now. A tough exchange for both players, but he comes out on top to regain control. He's really cementing that favorite status for himself today. He's shaking off the pressure and quickly reclaiming his lead. Lancer is showing the consistency that put him atop the ladder. Omnic wipes him right off the wine, continuing to push the pace. Just a quick set of reflexes to take this one. He's showing incredible resolve, keeping this surge alive to narrow the gap. He's completely erased the deficit, pulling this series into a dead heat. Lancer is really feeling the pressure from this challenger. He absorbs a decent amount of damage but manages to push through for the win. Lancer puts a stop to that run just in time. What a display of sheer will. He just kept his cool to bring us completely even. Lancer really needs to find his footing if he wants to protect his ranking. A totally effortless trade, and the comeback continues as he pushes ahead with an 11-10 lead. He answers back immediately to pull these two level at 11-11. It's a complete toss-up going into the final stretch. Lancer is putting on a masterclass of resilience, completely shutting the door and moving within a single round of victory. What an answer! He manages to claw his way back to a deadlock, and we are headed to overtime. An absolute nail-biter of a set. Lancer is simply refusing to break, powering through to take a 13-12 lead in the extra frames. Lancer really knows how to protect his ground in these tight spots. The resilience is on full display as he forces another tie in this overtime battle. The tension is simply through the roof in this stalemate. He's just not slowing down, putting a huge stop to the opposition's run. Just completely outclassed him in those last two exchanges. Absolutely stunning timing, and he has just surged to the front of this series. The momentum has completely shifted in this overtime struggle. Unreal. He closes out the series with a perfect shot to secure the victory. He's truly on another level right now, just completely ignoring those historical odds to pull off the win. Talk about a statement game. What a fight. Omnic reacts quickly to push Zeth right off the ramp for an early lead. It is still a complete toss-up right now, with neither side able to get any real separation. Zeth is trying to shake off a rough run of form lately. Zeth actually holds a slim lifetime edge in their head-to-head history. It's clear he's struggling to translate that long-term success into a win today. We're seeing a complete reversal of their usual dynamics. Both of them fought for the same high ground, but Omnic was just a split second faster. Omnic is carrying over some heavy momentum from his prior wins today. Zeth manages to secure the edge from the ramp and puts the pressure back on Omnic. Zeth is fighting through a tough stretch in the rankings. Omnic is cruising along with a commanding 4-2 lead. Zeth keeps it tight as Omnic holds a narrow lead. Zeth is finally starting to look like his usual self. Zeth is really cleaning up here, catching Omnic before he could even get settled on that ramp. He's fighting back after a tough set against his opponent earlier. Zeth is simply unstoppable right now, holding those boxes to secure his third straight victory. A complete turnaround from that 1370 feat they shared earlier today. He just cannot be stopped, a fourth straight round for Zeth. A huge shift in momentum for the lower rated player here. Omnic shuts that down quickly, picking him off the ramp to end the first half. A perfect time to put a pause on things. We're all squared up at 6-6, and honestly, the side switching could be anyone. Omnic went into this as the slight favorite, but Zeth is doing enough to keep things completely balanced. Time to see who wants it more. They both fought for the same ground, but Zed was the one who walked away from that scrap. A steady hand from the 31st ranked player. Zeth is really capitalizing on the height advantage right now, utilizing that ramp to push further ahead. His recent struggle against Lancer is clearly behind him now. Unbelievable. Omnic manages to scrape through that chaotic exchange with his life. Pure desperation, but he managed to clutch through that one. Zed's eyeing a real chance to distance himself here as he climbs back into the lead. The two of them are essentially deadlocked on the ladder. Zed has put himself in a really strong position by taking the lead to 10-7, and honestly, it's a huge swing considering the 12-9 record he's put up today. Now the pressure is entirely on Omnic to find a way to disrupt this rhythm. Zeth is really putting the screws to him now, just one quick flick to take control of the pace. And that's match point. He controls the ramp completely to move one step closer to victory. Just absolute perfection in the headshot department. Omnic keeps his hopes alive with a clean look at the head, dropping Zeth off the ramp. A crucial response there to stop a potential runaway. He's refusing to go down easily, securing another round from that ramp position. What a resilient push from him to stay in this fight. He is simply refusing to blink, securing a third consecutive victory to keep this fight alive. The momentum has completely shifted back to the favorite. Absolute insanity! He claws back into the driver's seat, surviving by a mere sliver to force this into overtime. Zeth reacts instantly to knock Omnic right off that ramp, putting himself one round away from the win. A huge mental win to overcome that previous result on the orange map. Everything is moving so fast lately. Zeth is simply out-dueling him in these lightning-quick exchanges. He has to find an answer quickly after a tough run of form. Zeth is simply on fire, securing another perfect win to pull himself within a single round of victory. A fierce response from Omnic, showing some incredible grit to keep this overtime series alive. He really just shut the door on that run. That was a tense standoff, but he stays perfectly composed to keep the deficit to a single round. The higher ranked man is truly digging in his heels. What a finish! Zeth takes total control from the ramp to close out the series. Omnic really fought for every inch of that map, but he just couldn't close the door in those final seconds. He absolutely gave it everything. What a fight! Zed holds a substantial lifetime advantage with 63 wins over Lancer. You know, he's usually the one in control of this rivalry, so he'll be eager to prove this early loss was just a fluke. Zeth is making quick work of the early stage, claiming the upper hand from that window position. Lancer really needs to shake off those recent struggles. Lancer is really putting the pressure on, putting Zeth in a hole after catching him right there on the ramp. Lancer already has the momentum after their previous encounter. Zeth holds his ground on the ramp to bring us back to a deadlock. The higher rated player is definitely finding some comfort here. Lancer leads by a single round in a nail biter. The lower seeded player is looking very comfortable right now. We're all square now with Zeth and Lancer tied. He's looking sharp today after that narrow win against Omnic. Lancer is starting to look like the favorite here, carving out a real cushion for himself. Lancer is continuing to play spoiler in their most recent meetings. Zed looks dangerous when he can get the high ground, cleaning that up from the ramp. Zeth certainly looks comfortable in the 30th spot on the ladder. Zeth edges ahead by one, fighting for the lead. His consistency is reflecting those 1,300 previous matches. He's completely taking over now, taking his third straight victory with a pristine finish. Absolutely unstoppable, he secures a fourth straight victory from the ramp to take a commanding lead into the break. Zeth heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. I mean, we expected Lancer to put up a fight here, but the underdog is simply outclassing him in every exchange so far. Let's see if Lancer finds a way back. Zeth has struggled lately, managing just a 30% win rate in his last 10 games. It's starting to look like he's feeling that dip in confidence now that Lancer has halted his momentum. Zeth is running away with this, pushing it to 9-5. He's really putting that historical dominance on display here. Lancer manages to scrub him off the ramp to tighten these things up. He's shown a bit more grit today than in those recent losses. What a scramble! Zeth barely escapes that encounter with his life to widen the gap. He really seems to have his number in this long-term matchup. Lancer's just not reacting fast enough today, and Zeth is taking full advantage of that ramp. A strong showing for someone coming in as the favorite. Lancer is really fighting to close this gap. He's refused to just let this match slip away. Lancer just completely shut down that window peak to keep the comeback alive. That lower rating doesn't seem to be bothering him today. Holy cow, that was a war. Zeth barely clutched that one out to move within striking distance of the finish. A huge swing in favor of the frontrunner. A sharp reaction from Lancer to keep this series alive. He's fighting hard to avoid a quick defeat. Lancer shows some serious heart, shutting down the window angle to extend this game. He's clearly not intimidated by Zeth's higher rank. Unbelievable, Zeth shuts it all down to secure the map victory. A gritty battle right to the end, but he managed to hold his nerve when it mattered. Lancer really pushed him to the limit. What a fight! Lancer holds a strong long-term lead in their head-to-head record, winning over half of their meetings. It is clear that Omnic is playing with much more confidence right now, given the recent momentum. The real question is if he can turn this early lead into another victory. We're all squared up now. Lancer has clawed back. He is really fighting for it today after a tough 14-25 run. Lancer takes the lead, putting Omnic on the defensive. Lancer looks to be shaking off a tough stretch of games. These two are practically trading blows at this point. Neither one is willing to let the other pull away. Unbelievable, he barely survives that exchange, managing to secure a narrow victory and reclaim the lead. A huge shift in energy here as Omnic puts together a strong 3-round rally. He's really putting a stamp on today's 22-16 performance. Lancer responds quickly here, keeping the pressure on with another sharp victory. Omnic has a strong 80% win rate in his last 10 games. You know, he's completely contrasting Lancer's current struggle to find a series of wins. It'll be interesting to see if this momentum can override the historical gap between them. Omnic had the height advantage on that boost, but Lancer manages to shut him down from the ramp. The higher seed is usually the one expected to prevail in this pairing. Omnic is pulling ahead now with a 6-4 cushion. Both of these guys are sitting pretty low on the ladder right now. Omnic is really starting to run away with this 7-4 lead. Lancer is really having a tough time keeping his head above water. Omnic heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, he is firmly in the driver's seat right now, despite Lancer having a much higher win rate on this specific map. We're seeing a complete reversal of what most people expected going into this one. Fresh start for both players here. Omnic stretches his lead to 8-5, looking dominant. A bold statement from the underdog as he continues to press. Lancer stays gritty, refusing to let the gap widen further. It's a familiar feeling for the favorite to stay in this. Lancer is refusing to buckle, managing to put together another strong sequence here. That's a seriously quick response to put this on a knife edge. What a nail biter! He almost went down in that scramble, but manages to claw out a win. Both players are fighting for their position in the bottom tier. He's showing a lot of heart keeping this fight alive and narrowing the gap. Just another example of why he entered this match as the slight favorite. An absolute wall of a performance to tie things up and erase that lead completely. The momentum has completely shifted back to the favorite. Absolutely pristine work from Lancer, taking full control of this exchange. That was an incredibly crisp end to the exchange. Whoa, he scrapes through the narrowest of margins. That was a total slugfest for both sides. Total deadlock now as we head into the final three. Omnic is really hitting his stride now, putting a serious dent in Lancer's hopes of a late-game comeback. He's completely flipped the script from their previous meeting. The momentum is firmly with Omnic now, and he's just one round away from the win. Just pure speed on that last exchange. What an ending. Omnic closes it out perfectly to take the series. He really played with fire today, especially by clutching those 3 close calls to pull this off. What a fight! Zeth has managed to maintain a consistent edge over his opponent with a lifetime record of 341 wins. It's a rivalry that usually goes his way, and that familiarity is clearly showing in these early exchanges. We have to see if Omnic can flip the script this time. Omnic is surging ahead, now holding a 2-1 lead. Coming off a fairly strong 22-16 day overall. Absolutely effortless. He's just not letting the other guy breathe right now. The momentum has shifted completely since their last encounter. A lightning fast response from Zeth to get a round back. The underdog is definitely putting up a fight early on. And we're locked up at 3 apiece now. Zeth is really making the most of his 14-9 run today. That was a tough battle, but Zeth pulls ahead to claim a 3rd consecutive win. He's continuing a dominant trend from their most recent clash. Zeth is on fire, picking up another one to extend his streak to 4. He really looked an inch too slow in that engagement. Simply untouchable right now as he keeps the streak alive to move further ahead. Zeth just recently edged out this same opponent in a close one. Omnic claws back another round, showing some real grit to keep this contest alive. That was a sharp turnaround to stop the bleeding. Omnic keeps the pressure on, refusing to let Zeth pull away before we head into the break. The momentum is swinging back just in time for the head. Zeth takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, this is basically a toss-up right now. He's holding the lead, but those mid-round streaks from both sides prove Omnic can definitely keep pace. Fresh start for both of them. He's staying aggressive and refusing to back down, keeping this series incredibly close. He's definitely finding a way to keep this tight. Omnic has been on a tear with an 80% win rate over his last 10 matches. It's a sharp contrast to Zeth's more modest run of form recently. The real question now is if that heat carries over as he tries to close this gap. Zeth holds a narrow 2-round cushion as we move forward. That was a really close encounter on the health bar. Zeth is really starting to climb the hill here, putting a serious gap between himself and Omnic. He's just completely taken over this stretch of the map now. Everything is lining up exactly like their most recent clash. Omnic manages to edge out a victory here, keeping himself within striking distance. A huge blow to the momentum after that sudden exchange. Unbelievable fight. He barely manages to survive that brawl to put himself on the verge of victory. Zeth barely escaped that one with his life. A hard-fought exchange, but he manages to outlast Zeth to keep the hope alive. He's making a strong case for the upset here. And that's it. Zeth shuts the door with an absolute blast to secure the victory. Omnic really fought for every single inch of that map, but he just couldn't find the finishing blow. What a fight! Zeth has historically dominated this matchup with a 64-38 career lead, but honestly, he's facing a player who clearly knows how to survive on this specific layout. It'll be interesting to see if that map edge outweighs the head-to-head history. Zeth's holding a tight lead at 2-1 right now. He's definitely riding a wave after that 13-9 victory over Omnic. He keeps the pressure on with another flawless sequence, extending his lead to 3-1. Lancer is really struggling today after that rough run against Omnic. Lancer answers back quickly, keeping this close. Looking to finally shake off a difficult stretch today. Zeth pulls ahead once more to make it 4-2. He's clearly in better form right now than his counterpart. Lancer shuts him down from the wine, and we've got a dead heat on our hands. The ratings suggest a gap, but the reality here is much closer. Zeth has been remarkably efficient today with a 15-9 record over the last day. It makes sense that he's the one controlling the pace of this series while his opponent is still searching for an answer. He's just too quick on the trigger, taking full control of this series. The gap in their rankings is really starting to show here. Lancer finds a quick opening here, securing one last point before the switch. A timely response to steady the ship before the side swap. Zeth takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Well, he is completely ignoring the odds right now. Lancer is supposed to have the upper hand here, but the underdog is looking way more comfortable in the server. Lancer clawed one back, but Zeth still leads 8-5. He's certainly fighting to flip the script of this set. Zeth is just relentless, pushing his lead to 9-5. A tough stretch for Lancer, who's gone gold today. Lancer is staying sharp, managing to outplay Zeth, even while Zeth had that height advantage from the wine. He's fighting a steep uphill battle against his head-to-head records. Zeth is coasting now with a commanding 10-6 lead. His opponent is really struggling to maintain any momentum today. Lancer barely slows him down. Zeth's now sitting at 10-7. The pace of this match has been breakneck. Most of these rounds are being decided in under 2 seconds. Lancer is refusing to just fade away here, keeping the pressure on Zeth. Lancer is fighting to change the narrative after a rough run of games. Zeth just needs a single final exchange to end the match. The favorite is firmly in the driver's seat now. Lancer manages to get the drop on him and stays completely untouched. A clean finish to keep this battle moving forward. What a finish! Zeth shuts the door on this match with a perfect final shot. That's just purely a showcase of raw speed. He was simply on another level today.
Lancer enters this series with a significant 83-73 lead in their overall head-to-head history. It's surprising to see him struggling so much today while Omnic is playing with a lot of confidence. Let's see if he can stabilize. Lancer holds a narrow lead, but Omnic is fighting back. He's certainly not letting that recent bad run slow him down. Lancer is putting on a clinic right now, putting up a strong 3-round stretch. He's definitely shaking off those recent losses against Zeph. A patient exchange here, but Omnic eventually finds the mark to close the gap. Looking at the ladder, the higher seed is really stepping up here. Omnic is just too quick for him. He managed to take Lancer right off that box for a huge equalizing moment. That is a huge shift in the series as he carries that streak into a lead. It's a tough day at the office for Lancer so far. He's completely taken over the map, keeping the pressure high with another flawless exchange. Unbelievable. He's just completely taken over the match with 5 straight wins. He's having a really tough day across the board so far. Finally, a breakthrough for Lancer, showing some grit to hold that momentum. He's fighting to justify that favorite tag right now. A completely untouched sequence for Lancer as he closes the gap heading into the half. The tide is turning as we head into the interval. It's 7-5 in favor of Omnic. I mean, he's really defying the odds by holding a lead right now. He's clearly ignoring his lower win rate on this map and putting the pressure on the favorite. Lancer needs to find his rhythm now. Omnic has really found his stride with a 22-15 record over the last day. It's a sharp contrast to Lancer, who is currently sitting at 12-26 across his recent matches. He's clearly riding a wave of momentum right now. Lancer is staying aggressive from the box, picking up another quick round to stay in the hunt. Lancer just erased that deficit completely, bringing the score level at 8-8. Everything is back on the table now. He just wipes him right off that box to regain a 1-round lead. The underdogs in the lower half of the ladder are really showing up today. Lancer is showing some real guts here, resetting the series to a dead heat. We're seeing a real battle of wills between these two. Lancer secures another from the box, showing some serious fortitude to recapture the lead. And just like that, Omnic forces a 10-10 deadlock. The momentum has completely shifted in favor of the lower ranked player. Lancer is showing impressive grit, shutting the door on that exchange with a lightning-fast burst. He's totally in control now, putting the pressure on as he pushes the score to 12-10. Omnic refuses to go quietly, snapping Lancer right off that box to stay alive. Absolutely wild. We've got a deadlock at 12 all, meaning this battle is officially headed into overtime. A gritty performance there by Lancer to edge out his opponent and seize the advantage in this overtime struggle. The higher seed finally has the wind in his sails. Lancer is simply refusing to break, putting up another effortless round to widen the gap. Lancer is finally playing like the man the rankings expect. He just needed to clear a hurdle there. Now we are right back to a deadlock in this overtime set.
He is putting on a serious burst of speed now, taking those last 2 rounds in a flash. That was a lightning fast trade to tie things up. Just another effortless round for Omnic as he puts himself 1 step closer to victory. He's completely locked in right now. Lancer is showing incredible resolve here, securing a clean win to bring this series to a dead heat. Lancer edges ahead 16-15 in this absolute nail-biter. Total chaos as Omnic forces another draw at 16 apiece. Omnic pushes forward to reclaim a 17-16 lead. He's really proven to be a handful in this particular series. Omnic extends his grip with an 18-16 advantage. A completely different result than his last 2 meetings with Zeth. Omnic is pulling away now, leading 19-16. He really dug deep to close that one out. It looked like the momentum had shifted for good there in the overtime. He had to work for that. Zeth holds a strong head-to-head lead with 342 career wins over Omnic, but it's clear that the early momentum is swinging the other way here. We'll see if that historical advantage can actually translate into a comeback. Unreal, a complete firefight there, and he barely scrapes through with a sliver of health. Omnic has the edge now, pushing forward at 2-1. Omnic is dominating right now with a commanding 3-1 lead. Zeth usually has a much better historical grip on this rivalry. What a fight! He barely clutched that out after trading heavy damage. The two are locked in a dead heat for now. Zeth has fought back to tie things up at 3-3. His recent form has been absolutely stellar across his last few maps. He's completely taken over the pace of this match, securing another flawless round. He's definitely playing like the guy who took a 13-9 victory here earlier. Omnic comes out on top here to keep the series completely level. The two of them are fighting for every inch of ground today. Zeth sneaks back into the lead at 5-4. Zeth's current form is an absolute standout, having locked in a 16-9 record over the last day. And it's really showing in his confidence as he maintains a firm lead here. He's looking quite comfortable controlling the pace of the series. Zeth keeps the pressure on with a 6-5 lead. Coming off a 22 and 15 total across his games today. Zeth takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, he's doing exactly what his superior 48% win rate on Mappa suggests. Omnic is still right there in the mix, but Zeth has the momentum going into the side swap. Zeth is really starting to pull away here, using that blue position to keep the momentum firmly in his favor. That's another win coming off a tough match against Lancer. What a scramble. Both players were nearly empty, but he manages to outlast the exchange by the narrowest of margins. Zeth is really pulling ahead now, leading 9-6. It's a tricky spot for the guy currently sitting at rank 31. Omnic is showing some serious grit, shutting down that run to pull closer. The underdog is starting to look very comfortable here. He's on fire right now, taking full control of this momentum shift. The pre-match favorite is finally starting to look like a threat. Zeth answers back immediately, holding his ground from the ramp to reclaim a 2-round cushion. Just a couple of spots on the ladder separate these two. Absolute chaos. He nearly collapses there, but manages to claw out a victory in a complete slugfest. The back and forth nature of this game is wild, but Zeth is starting to pull away at the right time. His overall win rate of 41% speaks to his endurance. He keeps his foot on the gas, shutting down that lead with a completely clean victory. Omnic is definitely proving why he entered this series as the slight favorite. He survives an intense exchange to put himself on the edge of victory. He looks completely composed under the pressure of this closer. He refuses to go down without a fight, keeping the series alive for now. The pressure is mounting for the higher seeded player. He just clears the container, and we've got ourselves a deadlock at 12 apiece. The higher seed is really fighting to keep control. He's simply unstoppable right now, extending his run to 3 straight wins. The momentum has completely flipped since the start of this half. Omnic is simply rolling through these overtime rounds, extending his streak to 4. An absolute blur of a round to close that out. A brutal exchange there, but he digs deep to secure a huge 5th straight round. Zeth is completely reeling from the shift in momentum. Unbelievable! Omnic closes the door with a perfect shot to secure the victory. He really fought for every single point in that overtime stretch. Just an incredible way to break that head-to-head dominance. What a fight! Zeth holds a commanding 65-38 head-to-head lead over Lancer. And after taking the opening round, he looks poised to keep piling on the pressure. We'll see if Lancer can find some answers to change the tide. Unbelievable. He barely claws out a win here, surviving with a minuscule sliver of health. He's certainly making good on his status as the favorite here. Zeth is putting on a clinic from the planks, picking up another round to keep the shutout going. Exactly what we'd expect from a guy in the top half of the ladder. Lancer fights back with a messy exchange, finally knocking Zeth off the ramp. A good look for the lower rated player in this one. Zeth quickly regains control from the ramp, keeping his lead firmly in hand. Lancer is really struggling to find any consistency today. Lancer actually holds a slight historical edge on this specific map, and he's trying to leverage that familiarity to close the gap right now. It'll be interesting to see if he can sustain this small surge. What a fight! Lancer barely scrapes by with that one and continues his surge. He's fighting to prove the pre-match predictions wrong. Zeth is back in the driver's seat, quickly shutting down that small comeback attempt from the ramp. Lancer has struggled to put together a winning set today. Absolute chaos in this exchange, but he somehow survives the brawl from the ramp to take a commanding 7-3 lead. Another scrap where he manages to walk away with the round. What a scrap! He walks away with a grueling victory to stay in control. He's really putting that higher rank into perspective right now. Zeth takes a strong 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, Lancer was touted as the favorite here, but he's simply being outplayed. He'll need a huge turnaround to stop this momentum. Lancer needs a total reset here. Zeth is just too quick today, clearing Lancer off that ramp in the blink of an eye. Lancer has really struggled to close out games lately. Whoa, a complete war between the two of them on the ramp, and Lancer just barely edges it out. That's another high-pressure win where he manages to walk away with the round. Zeth is cruising now, sitting pretty at 10-5. He's looking quite comfortable after his last victory against him. Zeth is just far too sharp right now, easily taking the round from the toolbox. The gap in their ratings is starting to look like a mountain for Lancer. A total shutdown. He's just one step away from wrapping this entire series up. Lancer just can't seem to get any momentum back. Lancer holds his ground on the ramp and manages to secure a vital point. A much needed breath for the underdog. And there it is. Zeth closes out the match with a final shot from the ramp. Lancer really tried to lean on his map advantage, but it just wasn't enough to stop that momentum today. Lancer is currently facing a tough stretch with a 6-game losing streak. It's interesting to see him shake off that cold start right here. It would be a massive turnaround if he can carry this early momentum into a full series win. Lancer keeps the pressure on with a 2-1 lead. He holds a higher rank on the ladder overall. Omnic is really starting to take control here, wiping out Lancer's early lead in a heartbeat. He's simply not letting up, claiming his third straight round to take the lead. His 12-25 record today is starting to look like a pattern. That is simply unbelievable. He's just completely taking over this match. Tough way to start the day for the favorite. Lancer answers back immediately with a crisp headshot. He usually has the advantage in their head-to-head history. Omnic has a solid 21-15 record over the last day. It's helping him maintain a high level of confidence in this series. He's proving that his recent surge can override Lancer's historic dominance. Omnic is just running away with it at 6-3. The momentum shift is real for the lower seeded player. He is simply outclassing his opponent right now, strolling to a 4-round lead. He's effectively flipping the script from the last meeting on the dunes. Lancer manages to dig in and secure another point before the break. His experience on this particular layout is clearly showing. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, Lancer was supposed to be the safer bet here, but he's clearly struggling to keep up. Omnic is putting himself in a great spot to steal this series. Let's see if Lancer finds a gear. Omnic has a huge cushion now at 8-5. The gap in their current form is really starting to show. Omnic is towering over Lancer with a 9-5 lead. The higher rated player is simply putting on a clinic. Lancer is refusing to go quietly, showing he still has some fight left in this series. Lancer is showing why he holds that historical edge in their head-to-head. Omnic is just dominating the map at 10-6. That was an incredibly quick exchange to seal the round. Lancer is really skating on thin ice right now, just a couple of rounds away from a disaster. Lancer is definitely looking for a way back into this, showing he can still trade blows with Omnic. Lancer is tightening the screws here, picking up 2 quick points in a row to close the gap. He's really trying to flip the script after a rough morning. Omnic quickly puts an end to the rally, moving to 12-8. It's a tough spot to be in for the favorite. And that's it. Omnic closes the door with a fierce exchange to secure the series. He really just dominated the map, proving his recent hot streak is no fluke against an opponent in a slump. Zeth usually controls this pairing with a lifetime record of 342, 308 in their favor. But we have to consider that Omnic is playing a lot of better CS right now based on those last 10 matches. It will be interesting to see if the head-to-head history actually matters today. Omnic is firmly in the driver's seat at 2-1. That was a lightning fast exchange. We've got a deadlock here. Neither player is willing to give an inch early on. Zeth claws back the lead and now holds a 3-2 advantage. Omnic was the slight pick going into this one. And just like that, Omnic forces a complete deadlock. Both of these are sitting right in the middle of the ladder. Zeth is really starting to distance himself here, using that high ground on the wine to get the upper hand. Neither of these guys have given an inch from their respective rankings. Zeth has really stepped up today with a 17-10 record over the last day. He's clearly decided to make a statement after that previous loss to his opponent. If he keeps this momentum, he could easily blow the doors open on this one. Total parity now as Zeth and Omnic stand tied. Both competitors are essentially mirror images on the ladder. Both players were trading blows there, but he manages to secure the kill to keep the momentum rolling. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, it's basically a toss-up right now. He's managed to hold the advantage, but that 4-round rally is what really kept him in front for the moment. Time for Zeth to fight back. Omnic just barely edges ahead, clinging to that 7-6 lead. Both are sitting almost exactly at the same spot on the ladder. Omnic is starting to pull away with an 8-6 cushion. He's really capitalizing on that recent high win rate. They are just trading blow for blow now, refusing to let the other keep a lead for very long. Perfect deadlock at 8-all as they reset. He's finding his confidence early in this leg. Zeth puts an end to the rally by knocking Omnic off the wine, taking full control of this series. The higher rated player is really starting to impose his will. Zeth barely survives that chaotic scrap, but is now completely in control with 4 straight. His recent battle against Lancer was way more one-sided than this. Omnic answers back with a clean shot to keep things close. He's really locked in after that victory over Lancer earlier. Zeth is firmly in control of the tempo right now as he pushes his lead to 2. We've seen them exchange rounds back and forth for a while now, and the tension is just peaking. He's certainly playing to the form of his last few matches. What a statement to make. Zeth is now in a position to close this out right now. The pressure is clearly mounting for the favorite in this one. Unbelievable. Zeth shuts the door with a perfect shot to secure the victory. He really stepped up his game to secure the victory. Omnic fought a war out there, but he just couldn't close the deal. What a series! Lancer takes a fast start, securing the first round from the ramp. Unbelievable! Zeth claws back from the ramp, surviving an absolute war of attrition to tie it up. Zeth looks very comfortable against him right now. Zeth has historically held his own here, leading the overall head-to-head 66-38. That dominance is really showing as he just puts together another clean round. I wonder if Lancer can find a way to disrupt that flow. Lancer manages to clear the ramp and we are right back to a deadlock. Lancer really needs this result after a tough run of losses lately. Zeth really likes that ramp position and it's paying off nicely for him early on. Lancer is really struggling to find his footing today. Zeth is making things look easy, barely having to sweat as he takes down Lancer from that ramp position. His recent form has been quite grim compared to the other guy. Zeth is simply too fast, picking his opponent right off the ramp to build a 3-round lead. He's looking much sharper than when he finished that previous game together. The search continues as Zeth extends his lead, firmly in control of the match. The higher ranking is clearly making a difference here. The momentum is completely shifted now as Zeth continues his crushing run. A much needed answer from Lancer, who puts a stop to the momentum shift. He's managed to pick up a few rounds today despite the heavy weight on his shoulders. Zeth effectively used the high ground there, putting himself in a perfect spot to shut down that brief rally. This is turning into another one-sided affair for him today. Zeth is comfortably ahead at 8-4. Honestly, it's a huge contrast to the pre-match outlook. Lancer just can't stop the bleed, and we might be looking at another major upset here today. Time to shake it off. Zeth is just too fast for him today, popping Lancer right off the ramp to extend that lead. He's definitely making the most of that rating advantage right now. Whoa. Both of them were absolutely shredded in that fight, but Zeth manages to scrape through with a tiny bit of health. He's just refusing to let Lancer get a footing. He simply refuses to let up, taking full control again from that ramp. His recent 12-25 record today has been a real struggle. Lancer manages a quick snapshot to put a round on the board. Lancer's historical edge on this map is starting to peek through. Lancer is really putting up a fight here, picking up another round to keep himself in the game. That was an intense exchange, but he comes out on top to put himself just one round away from victory. A swift response to keep the lead firmly in hand. Lancer keeps the dream alive, dropping Zeth right off the Tetris. Lancer is really finding a way to disrupt the pace right now. A huge pushback from him to keep things interesting. A strong follow-up to maintain the pressure and keep this series alive. He's playing with nothing to lose right now. Lancer is absolutely on fire now, utilizing that ramp to snag his third straight round. A real sudden shift in energy for the comeback. What a finish! Zeth shuts the door on the map with that final blow. He really clawed it back to make it interesting, but he just couldn't find that final answer to seal the deal.
Omnic holds a clear advantage in current momentum with a 21-15 record over the last 24 hours. That's a stark contrast to Lancer, who has been struggling to find any traction in his recent outings. It'll be interesting to see if Lancer can break that trend today. Omnic is really dominating this series, leading 2-1. He's definitely a tough matchup historically for the higher rated side. Lancer is really starting to put the pressure on now, clawing back a rapid lead in this set. He's showing plenty of resilience after a rough start to the day. Lancer is on fire, walking away completely unscathed to push his lead further. A huge swing for a guy who has historically played him so well. A rapid reaction from Omnic to level the match at 3-3. Tough spot for the favorite to find himself in. Omnic is really starting to pull away here, easily picking Lancer off that ramp. Lancer is having a brutal run throughout the day. We're deadlocked at 4-all, perfectly poised for a showdown. He really knows how to play against this opponent. Lancer sneaks ahead by a single round. Looking at those all-time numbers, his 45% success rate is keeping him steady. These two are completely mirrored right now. It feels like a total toss-up as they approach the half. Lancer manages a slender edge, leading 6-5. He's showing a lot more grit than he has in his other matches today. We're all tied up at 6-6. I mean, Omnic is definitely playing above his head right now. Lancer should be in total control here, but he's just not putting away the rounds. New half, new chance to pull away. Lancer keeps his nose ahead, pushing the score to 7-6. It feels like the ladder rankings are practically irrelevant right now. Omnic forces a deadlock. We're back to a 7-7 tie. Both of these players are really fighting for every single round. Omnic is really starting to put some distance between them, quickly taking out Lancer from the ramp. He's just unstoppable right now, walking away from that exchange without losing a single hit point. He just can't find an answer for that. Another win to keep the run alive. A really tough afternoon for the guy who usually takes this matchup. Lancer finds his footing, shutting that door quickly to cut the deficit to 2. He's desperately trying to live up to those pre-match expectations. There was a tense dance for a few seconds, but he closes it out without taking a scratch. The tide is shifting rapidly as we head into these final frames. Omnic is really closing in on the finish line here, keeping his lead steady. The ladder ranking for this match looks about right. Omnic is back in the driver's seat and just needs a single round to wrap this up. The underdog is really putting the favorite in a precarious position. Absolutely unbelievable. He shuts it down right here to seal the victory. That guy is absolutely peaking right now. He's just too sharp on the server today, and it's really starting to show.
Omnic wastes no time getting the first look, catching Zeth right as he pushed up the ramp. Omnic is playing aggressively right out of the gate, putting Zeth on his heels early. Zeth's recent success of 19-10 today hasn't translated yet. Zeth holds a substantial lead in their head-to-head history, winning over 53% of their total encounters. It is interesting to see that confidence translate today, especially after Zeth just secured another victory against him in their most recent meeting. He's clearly comfortable in this rivalry. Omnic just can't be stopped right now, managing to pick Zeth right off the window. Both players are actually fighting from identical win percentages on this map. Omnic holds a narrow 3-2 lead right now. Omnic is really pulling away with a 4-2 cushion. He's playing some extremely disciplined counter CS right now. Zeth just responded instantly. This one was over before it even started. This match feels like a dead heat between these two. Omnic is cruising now, firmly leading 5-3. The higher ranked Zeth needs to find some answers fast. The gap between these two on the ladder is actually quite small. Well, it's just a few spots, which explains why we're seeing such a tight battle. Now it's all about who can keep their head as the lead grows. Zeth gets the drop from the ramp, keeping his composure as he narrows this gap. That's exactly the spark he needed to stay in this. Omnic is still in command with a 7-4 lead. That's an impressive day overall for the underdog, totaling 22 wins. Omnic takes the lead 7-5 going into the break. I mean, this is exactly the deadlock we expected to see. Both guys are playing on the same level right now, so we're in for a close second half. Omnic is just dominating, extending it to 8-5. Zeth usually finds a way to close these out. Zeth manages to clear him off the ramp, refusing to let the match slide away. A huge boost in confidence for him right there. He shuts him down on the ramp, continuing this determined push to narrow the gap. Suddenly, the lead is barely a whisper. Unreal, he's completely wiped out the deficit to tie things up at 8 apiece. Absolutely crushing it. Now as he picks Omnic right off the window to take a 1-round lead. The momentum is shifted completely in his favor as he manages to outlast the pressure in a close trade. He's really asserting himself as the favorite in this matchup. Omnic answers back, picking him right off the ramp. A solid response to keep things competitive. He just brushes the competition aside, picking Omnic off the ramp to push his lead to 11-9. He's simply untouchable right now, stepping up to the brink of victory. He's really playing to his expected seed in this one. What a way to finish. Zeth storms back to seal the deal, completing an incredible turnaround. He really dug deep to claw back and find his footing in that one. Omnic fought so hard to keep the lead, but he just ran out of steam. What a fight.
Lancer strikes first, knocking Zeph right off the box to start things off. Lancer is just too quick out of the gate and is making the most of that height advantage right now. Zed has been remarkably consistent today with a 20-10 record over the last 24 hours. It's clear he's carrying that confidence into this set. He's managed to keep things competitive despite the early pressure. Lancer just can't find a way to punish him, and Zeth's holding that high ground perfectly. We're all squared up at 3 apiece now. He's definitely playing like the higher rated man on the ladder. Lancer pulls ahead by 1 in a tight contest. His recent match history looks rough, but he's playing with a lot of heart here. Zeth is really fighting for control here, and he just managed to push Lancer right off that box. He's been outclassing the other side of the bracket lately. Zeth takes the lead with a narrow 5-4 advantage. He's certainly making his recent dominant run look effortless. Lancer claws back to tie it up at 5-all. He's really shaken off that recent stretch of losses. Lancer is really putting the heat on here, taking control of the map as we head toward the break. We've got a deadlock at 6-all. I mean, Lancer was expected to take this map and keep his momentum, but Zeth is playing his heart out to keep things even. It's anyone's game now. Time to switch it up. Zeth edges ahead by a single round. Lancer is really struggling to find a footing after that rough 10-26 day. Zeth has won 64% of their historical encounters, so it's not a surprise to see the head-to-head advantage translate into a real lead. He's effectively putting Lancer in a vice right now. Now we just have to see if he can close this out. Absolute chaos here as Lancer forces an 8-8 deadlock. Lancer is really proving that those recent struggles are behind him. He's completely taking over the map now with 3 straight rounds in his pocket. The lower seeded man is really stepping up here. Lancer is on fire now, shutting Zeth down right off the box to extend this surge to 4 straight. The rating gap isn't meaning much right now. Zeth responds immediately, putting an end to that dangerous surge. Unbelievable. Lancer somehow survives a brutal exchange to knock Zeth off the box with a sliver of health left. That was an incredibly tight call. He barely escaped that. Lancer really had a firm grip on this game a moment ago, but Zeth is refusing to go quietly. Lancer is really feeling the weight of those last few losses. Lancer is essentially a hair's breadth away from victory after that effortless pick. What a fight. Zeth manages to secure the victory from the box to keep himself in this. What a clutch effort to keep the dream alive. Lancer closes it out with a lightning fast shot to secure the victory. A total shock to the system. Lancer manages to snap a brutal losing streak by taking down the favorite in a thriller. He really earned that one. What a performance. Lancer holds a slight advantage in their overall history, winning over 50% of their previous encounters, but he's been really struggling lately, finishing the day with an 11-26 record. It will be tough to shake off that momentum if he can't find some stability early on. Omnic is cruising with a strong 2-1 lead. He's fighting a tough battle today despite being the favorite. Lancer has completely flipped the script here, erasing that early deficit to tie things up. Lancer is just completely taking over the map with a third straight victory. Omnic responds quickly, bringing the series back to a dead heat. It's a flip from their last meeting on Blame Mappas. Omnic claws back the lead to go up 4-3. Omnic has been a tough opponent for him recently. Total shutdown. He's just completely taken over the pace of this game. Lancer gets the better of him here, closing the gap to just 1 round. He has a decent track record on this specific layout. And we're back to a stalemate at 5 apiece. Lancer continues to prove himself a formidable matchup here. Omnic edges ahead again, moving up to a 6-5 lead. It's definitely a closer contest than the ladder rating suggests. Omnic holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. I mean, we really expected Lancer to walk away with this half. The underdog is putting up a serious fight here and looks poised for a surprise win. Time to see if Lancer recovers. Omnic stays out in front now, leading 7-6. He's fighting from behind, but the historical head-to-head still favors him. Omnic has managed to keep a positive 21-15 run throughout the day. It's a stark contrast to the way Lancer has been struggling with his overall form. He's definitely the one feeling the pressure right now. Omnic is really pulling away now, extending it to 9-6. 2 more quickly handled fights for the man in control. He is staying in this game, answering back with a perfectly clean shot. He's showing exactly why he's often considered a higher rated player. Both players walked away damaged here, but he manages to secure another one as his comeback continues. He's completely erased the gap after that close encounter. Absolute perfection. He has completely rewritten the script and now we're dead even. Lancer is really shaking off the rust from earlier. Omnic puts a stop to that run, recapturing the lead at 10-9. He's got to dig deep to overturn that a long-term deficit. Lancer keeps the pressure up, locking in a perfectly clean round to bring the series back to a dead-even tie. A total flip from how this series looked just a few minutes ago. It is essentially a coin toss at this point, as neither player can put together a consistent run. Neither player is able to find any real breathing room here. A quick response from Omnic to shut that down and move into a commanding position. The pressure is definitely mounting for Lancer here. What a finish. Omnic closes out the match in spectacular fashion to take the win. He really fought back to keep this one interesting, but he just couldn't find that final gear. What a fight.
A fast start for Omnic here, winning the direct head-to-head battle on the ramp. Zeth was way faster there, cutting Omnic down before he could even react from the ramp. Expected this slightly, given Zeth's historical lead in their head-to-head. Zeth's 2011 run over the last day shows he's feeling confident. It makes sense why he's managing to dictate the tempo so early. He's really leaning into that momentum to establish control. He's simply outclassing him right now, taking control from the ramp for another huge win. The floodgates are open as he secures his 4th straight round to take a commanding lead. Things are mirroring their last meeting on fast aim. Another swift duel on the ramp, and Zeth is now on a tear with 5 consecutive rounds. This looks like a repeat of their last clash together. Omnic finally breaks through, securing a win from the ramp to slow things down. It's a close gap on the ladder between these two. Zeth is just relentless, pushing the tally to 6-2. The rating gap is small, but that's a stark difference in form. Zeth is just refusing to let up, grabbing another one while perched high on the ramp. He really seems to have Omnic's number today. Omnic gets the better of him this time, dragging Zeth right off the ramp to keep things interesting. He's got a bit more experience on this map though. Zeth has a strong historical lead with a 53% win rate across their total encounters. Seeing Omnic put together these back-to-back rounds is a real shift in energy. It will be interesting to see if he can push this into a close game. Zeth holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. Well, this has played out almost exactly how I expected. Both players are trading blows, but Zeth is using his 80% recent win rate to stay one step ahead. Omnic shows some real grit here, managing to outplay his opponent and knock him off the ramp. He's definitely playing like the underdog today. What a chaotic exchange. Both players were nearly out of health, but Zeth managed to pull through the carnage. Omnic holds his ground on the ramp, staying perfectly healthy while securing another point. The underdog is finally starting to find a way back in. A frantic trade-off as we hit the middle of the set, but Zeth manages to reclaim a sliver of distance. It's a tough spot for a guy sitting just outside the top 25. He refuses to go away, utilizing the ramp again to narrow the gap to a single round. His confidence is clearly surging as this series tightens up. Unbelievable. Omnic claws his way back to completely even the scoreboard. Absolutely zero room for error now that the slate is wiped clean. Zeth just manages to stop the momentum, shutting down Omnic from the ramp to reclaim the lead. Both are playing quite closely to their respective ladder spots. Zeth manages to keep his footing on the ramp and build a comfortable lead here. Slightly shifted the odds back in the favorite's direction. Zeth asserts himself once again from the ramp, moving within a single point of victory. The pressure is definitely weighing on the lower seeded player. Absolutely flawless finish. Zeth closes out the series with a perfect snapshot from the ramp. He's really proved today that he's got the right answer for Omnic's style of play. Zeth has dominated this rivalry with 67 head-to-head wins over his opponent. So it's interesting that Lancer is the one coming in with a lot of confidence after their most recent clash. We'll see if that psychological edge carries through this set. Lancer is really surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. The higher rated player is starting to show his form. Things are shifting fast now, and the momentum has completely swung back towards Zeth. His last 10 games show just how out of form he's been. He is simply unstoppable right now, taking full control of the server. That's exactly the kind of form he's shown lately, winning 80% of his last 10. He is simply crushing this set, securing another effortless victory to widen the gap. A tough spot for Lancer, who's been struggling heavily in his last 10. Lancer puts up a strong response, narrowing the gap to just 1. Lancer levels the playing field, tying things up at 4-4. This is definitely a surprising result given their rating gap. Lancer is on fire, picking Zeth right off the ramp to take the lead. He's certainly making the most of the favorable map percentage. Zeth catches him from the Tetris to tie the set back up at 5-5. He's certainly playing his part as the higher ranked player today. Lancer was ready for that play and shut Zeth down from the Tetris. Lancer's consistency is striking given his tough run in the last 10. We've got a dead heat at 6-6 going into the break. And honestly, it's almost a relief. Despite Lancer being the pick to win this, Zeth is proving why he holds that massive head-to-head lead. Clean slate for the second half. Zeth takes the lead again, putting him up 7-6. He's certainly carrying that confidence from his win over Omnic today. Lancer has completely erased Zeth's narrow lead, and we are right back to a dead heat. A tight exchange there, and we are deadlocked once again. Lancer edges ahead, now holding an 8-7 advantage. He's really leaning into that 46% map advantage right now. Unreal. He barely survives a total war of attrition to secure his 3rd straight round. He's really turning things around after that tough 11-25 run today. He manages to fight back, cutting the gap to just 1 round. His rating reflects the composure he's showing now. And just like that, Zeth forces a complete deadlock at 9 apiece. Zeth has a solid 21-11 record over the last day. What a scramble. Lancer barely survives that chaos to regain the lead. Both of them are playing on a razor's edge right now. Zeth equalizes and we are back to a standstill. Lancer really needs a strong finish after that tough loss to Omnic. Zeth is closing in on the finish line as he puts together a strong late game run. Zeth is really capitalizing on his superior standing in the rankings. This is becoming a total war of nerves. Neither one is willing to let the other get any breathing room. He's making the most of his experience against a top half opponent. Lancer puts on a clinic to reclaim control, and now he is just 1 round away from victory. The pressure is clearly weighing on the favorite right now. Absolute perfection from Lancer to close it out and secure the map victory. He's finally shaking off that losing streak with a massive statement. Zeth fought hard, but he just couldn't close it out. What a fight! Lancer has held the upper hand in the long run, winning over 52% of their head-to-head matches. That history clearly gives him a psychological edge here today. It will be interesting to see if he can keep this pressure on the early rounds. Omnic takes the lead after using that ramp for a huge advantage. A nice way to bounce back after that tough drop to Zeth. Omnic is really starting to put the heat on Lancer, taking complete control from that high ground. We've got a dead heat now with both at 2. Lancer is certainly making the most of his day with 12 wins already. Omnic pushes ahead, moving into a 3-2 lead. We are seeing some real volatility here. Neither player can seem to string together more than a single round. The underdog is certainly making his mark in this series. Lancer is just too sharp right now, claiming another round from that window perch. He's certainly taking a lot of heat today with that 12-24 record. Omnic is really fighting for every single point, and that ramp gave him a great angle to stay level. Omnic edges ahead, holding a narrow 5-4 lead. He's really taking advantage of his opponent's cold streak in recent form. Absolute chaos. He barely scrapes through that firefight with a sliver of health to keep the streak alive. Lancer is really struggling to find his legs after that tough 13-11 win against Zeth. He is just outclassing Lancer right now, picking up another effortless round on his way toward a huge lead. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. This is a surprising start since Lancer came in as the heavy favorite. He's going to need a strong response on the other side to avoid a total collapse. Time to see if Lancer wakes up. Lancer shows some real grit here, managing to clear him off that ramp. A huge momentum shift as that lead starts to shrink. Unbelievable. Omnic manages to claw back a victory, clearing Lancer right off that ramp despite taking a huge amount of damage. Omnic has been incredibly active today, managing a 19-16 record over the last 24 hours. He's clearly riding a wave of confidence that Lancer simply hasn't found. It's becoming a real struggle for the favorite to stop this slide. Lancer manages to outplay him on that ramp, showing some serious toughness to stay in this fight. That was a long fight compared to the quicks we've seen. Lancer is refusing to go away, shutting the door on that streak from the ramp. He's really showing why he's listed as the favorite in this match. Omnic builds a 2-point cushion as we hit 10. Despite the rating gap, this is coming down to a coin flip. Lancer refuses to back down, digging in and clawing back to within 1. He's completely locked in now, leveling the score with the perfect shot. Total parity as we head into the home stretch. What a scrap! He's just completely taken over this series, moving into a 1-point advantage. A complete shutdown. Lancer is on fire, putting himself just a single round away from victory. Lancer has completely flipped the script on this series. What a finish! Lancer storms back to claim the series, sealing the match with an incredible run. Omnic really pushed him to the limit, especially with those 2 times he almost died, but he just couldn't close it out. He had to earn that one. What a fight! Strong start for Zed, coming out on top with that aggressive play from the ramp. Zeph has won over half of their 600 encounters. It's a long history between these two, but Zeph looks completely comfortable. It's a strong start for the favorite, who seems to have a mental edge today. Omnic is trailing by 1, fighting to stay alive. He's proving that the rating gap is negligible today. Everything's back to square one as we hit 2-all. He's dealing with a tough stretch after that rough series against Lancer. Unbelievable. Both of them were nearly gone, but Zed just barely scrapes through the chaos to take a lead. Omnic closed back to a dead heat at 3 apiece. Both of these players are fighting hard after their recent drops to Lancer. Zed holds a narrow edge as we enter round 8. Expectations were high for the lower seeded player to step up here. These exchanges are getting incredibly fast. This round was practically over before it even started. Zed secures a slim lead as they head into round 9. Zed seems to have the measure of him today. And now we're completely locked in at 5 apiece. The underdog is refusing to fold today. Omnic is really on a roll right now, quickly shutting Zeth down even with the high ground. We're all squared up at 6-6 heading into the break. Honestly, this is exactly what I expected given how close their rankings are. It's just a flat out toss-up right now. New sides, fresh start. Omnic takes the lead, putting Zeth on the back foot. The gap in their ranks is barely a blip. Absolute mayhem there, and Zeth barely manages to walk away from the wreckage to tie it up. A total scramble for survival, but his composure held. Omnic is barely holding on to his 1-round advantage. The lower rated side is showing plenty of grit right now. Zeth is really cleaning up here, just picking him right off that container for the round. Both of these guys are looking a bit worn out from their clashes with Lancer. Omnic pulls ahead by a single hair. Zeth has generally looked stronger in their total head-to-head history. Another stalemate. We are deadlocked at 9 apiece. Losing to the same player twice in a row today puts him in a tough spot. The momentum has completely shifted in this half, and Zeth is starting to really put the pressure on. Absolute nail-biter as Zeth and Omnic hit 10-10. Neither of them have had an easy run through the server today. Zeth is really starting to distance himself here, moving just one step closer to closing this out. Neither of these two is giving an inch today. They're trading rounds back and forth in an incredible finish. Both are fighting through a long day of matches. Zeth walks away unscathed, putting him just 1 round away from victory. Just a clean, efficient finish to get the upper hand again. What a finish! Zeth shuts the door right there to secure the victory. He really had to fight for every single one of those, especially with those hard stopping scrambles. Omnic pushed him to the absolute brink. He had to work for that. Zeth holds a significant advantage in the head-to-head history, having won over 60% of their previous meetings. It's an impressive record to have against this opponent. Now we have to see if that psychological edge outweighs Lancer's familiarity with this map. Zeth is really pulling away with a 2-1 lead. He's fighting against the tide given the rating gap here. Lancer is just outclassed in these exchanges. Zeth is simply too fast for him right now. The higher seed is really showing his class here. Zeth just nudged ahead, putting him up 3-2. Lancer definitely feels a bit more confident after that 13-11 win earlier today. Zeth's commanding 4-2 lead puts Lancer in a spot. His recent record today is certainly looking better than his opponent. Zeth is currently playing at a high level with a 22-12 record over the last day. That confidence seems to be fueling this run as he continues to distance himself. It will be interesting to see if Lancer can find a way to stop the momentum. Lancer reacts quickly to pick him off the box. He needed to find an answer there to stop the bleeding. Lancer keeps his foot on the gas, strolling through that encounter without losing a single point of health. A strong showing to bring the match back within 2. Zeth is firmly in control with a 7-4 grip. He's really taking full advantage of his rating edge here. Zeth heads into the break with a strong 8-4 lead. I mean, he's completely defying the pre-match expectations right now. Lancer had the historical edge on Dunes, but he just can't keep up with Zeth's pace. Lancer needs a spark right now. What a scramble! He barely scrapes through that exchange on the box, surviving by a thread. Lancer is showing some serious grit tonight. Zeth is just dominating, sitting comfortably at 9-5. It's a stark contrast to that recent loss he took against Lancer. Zeth is absolutely cruising with a massive 10-5 lead. Lancer is putting up a fight, showing he can keep his composure when the pressure is on. The lower-seeded player is fighting to stay in the series. Lancer is putting up a fight from the top, taking control of the pace for the first time in a while. Zeth just slammed the door on that little comeback attempt, really tightening his grip on the lead. A lightning fast reaction from Zeth puts him just 1 round away from victory. Unbelievable! Zeth claws his way back from the edge to seal the series with just a sliver of health left. He really proved that the map stats don't mean a thing when you're clicking heads like that. Zeth's just in a completely different gear tonight.
Lancer really looked comfortable with that height advantage on the ramp to open things up. Lancer holds a clear advantage in their head-to-head history. It's surprising since he's currently struggling with a 12-24 record over the last day. We'll see if he can shake off those losses and reclaim the lead here. Lancer is really starting to put the pressure on early, putting himself in a strong position right from the jump. Omnic was way too quick for him there, just absolutely shutting down that ramp play. Omnic is just one step ahead at 3-2. It is a tough time for him to be facing that head-to-head deficit. He's completely taken over this map, putting a firm grip on the momentum now. A total reversal of their usual luck today. Lancer reacts just a bit faster to bring the deficit down to 1. Lancer is really starting to put on a clinic, keeping Omnic's head down even when he tries to take the high ground. Unbelievable survival. Omnic barely scrapes through that war, barely holding on with a sliver of health. Lancer ties it up. We are deadlocked at 5 apiece. He's definitely fighting to prove he's the better individual player here. Omnic just shuts that down, catching Lancer right as he tried to push from the ramp. Lancer usually finds more success against him, but it's not showing yet. We're all tied up at 6-6 heading into the break. I mean, Lancer really should be running away with this based on their history. Omnic is stepping up big time to keep this series alive. Fresh start for both. Lancer edges ahead by a single round now. That was a lightning-fast exchange. Lancer usually maintains the upper hand in their head-to-head history. What a fight. He barely survives that slugfest to maintain his momentum. He's definitely finding his stride after a tough few hours today. Absolute precision here as Lancer continues his tear, completely shutting the door on any comeback. He's fighting hard to shake off those recent losses. A vicious fight on the ramp, but he secures the winning shot to push his lead to 10-6. He's really mirroring that dominant 13-10 performance from their last encounter. He's just too strong right now, taking another round from the ramp to keep the streak alive. Both of these players are putting in long hours today. Lancer wins another slugfest and is now just one round away from victory. The gap in their rating is starting to feel quite significant. Hectic a trade, Omnic claws back around in the most dramatic fashion, barely surviving with just 14 health. A desperate hold there to keep the dream alive. Lancer finishes him off with a clean shot to close out the series. He's finally turned things around today, showing exactly why he usually owns this specific map over Omnic. Zeth leads the overall head-to-head series 346 to 308, giving him a psychological edge right from the start. It is a wide gap to bridge, and you can see that confidence carrying over from his victory in their most recent meeting. A tough trade of shots, but he comes out on top to make it a clean 3-round sweep. Omnic is really struggling to find an answer here. Finally an answer, he manages to secure the win and gets back on the board. He's showing a bit more resilience than we expected from the underdog. What a fight! Zeth claws back just in time to hold on to the lead. He's definitely playing his best game of the day so far. Zeth is dominating this, sitting comfortably at 5-1. The difference in their current form is glaring. He just won't let up. That's 3 in a row for the leader. The favorite is simply taking control here. Another lightning fast reaction, and now he's climbed to a 4-round streak. He's just untouchable right now, picking up another one without taking any damage. He keeps the pressure high, storming toward double digits with 6 straight wins. It mirrors the results from their last matchup together. Omnic puts up a fight to keep the game interesting before we head into the interval. Zeth takes a big 9-3 lead into the break. Honestly, he's totally outclassed his opponent so far. Omnic needs a serious wake-up call if he wants to possibly claw back from this deficit. Let's see if Omnic can pivot. Zeth has been really productive today with 23-12 in the last 24 hours. That high output is likely why he's managed to build such a comfortable cushion. I wonder if that energy is starting to dip since Omnic is suddenly putting up a fight. Omnic is chipping away, bringing the tally to 9-5. He looks completely refreshed after that break. The momentum has completely shifted. He just secured another flawless round to keep this streak alive. That's 3 in a row for the challenger. Unbelievable. He just can't be stopped, continuing this run with a total shutout. He's on absolute fire now, taking a 5th straight round to close the gap. A complete reversal of roles compared to how this started. Absolutely wild! The comeback is complete and the score is deadlocked at 9-all. A truly unbelievable turn of events in this series. He simply won't stop dragging Zeth off the box to take a commanding lead. Zeth is completely reeling right now. What a survival! He barely hangs on with a sliver of health to lock this at 10 apiece. Insane Reef survived that with barely anything left. Another rapid reaction for the challenger, who is refusing to let the lead slip away. He has completely flipped the script on this map and is now just a single round away from victory. What an unbelievable achievement! Omnic closes it out with a perfect finish to complete the greatest comeback of the night. He just needed to dig deep once, and he did it in the most spectacular way possible. Just a huge result for the lower ranked player. He had to fight for every inch